Sound muted.
right, gentlemen. Fire up! Try to keep up.
So, herzlich willkommen zu meinem Stream heute am Samstag und Citizencon ist heute. Ich bin so leicht halb unvorbereitet irgendwie, aber recht spontan. Ich wusste gar nicht, ob ich heute überhaupt online bin oder so. Aber ja, ich nehme mir das ja jedes Jahr eigentlich vor, das zu streamen. Das heißt, wir restreamen nachher den Livestream. Und ja, also wer es in Ruhe angucken will, soll sich auf den öffentlichen Originalkanälen gucken, wenn ihr ein bisschen mitdiskutieren wollt oder so Sachen anschauen wollt. mit mir zusammen dann rein. Ihr könnt auch ins Teamspeak und hier mitmachen. Ich poste die TS-Daten. Ich habe jetzt leider nicht geguckt, ob mein Bot funktioniert. Deswegen, und der Countdown hier. Machen wir gleich mal den Chat auf hier. Quelle, okay. Gucken, ob alles soweit ist. 18 Minuten geht's los. Ich hoffe, es kommen noch ein paar Leute hier rein. Was hier, gehen wir mal hier auf die Webseite noch. Da war ich eigentlich gerade. Jetzt habe ich es zugemacht. Also hier Now Live. Hier könnt ihr dann original gucken, wenn ihr hier drauf drückt. Da ist der Link zu der Seite. Und 2952, also im Grunde 2022, das ist immer in die Zukunft gerechnet. Und ich hoffe, wenn irgendwas nicht gut läuft, dann bitte sofort Bescheid geben. Und dann gucken. Mal gucken, ob hier Sound läuft. Ja, läuft Sound. Machen wir bloß erstmal ein bisschen leiser. Nebelstream natürlich aus. 7000 Zuschauer hat der Hänse schon. Und sonst, ja. Hier ein bisschen so die Reihenfolge, war so ein bisschen dran gehört. Planet Pyro, Design Brief Investigation und Underground Journey 240 und so weiter. Das kommt heute. Mal gucken, wie lange es dauert. Ich weiß keine Ahnung, ob Chris Roberts eine Rede macht oder irgendwas. Bin leider nicht so gut informiert, muss ich leider zugeben. Aber mal gucken, ob ich noch ein paar Leute reinkriege hier. Hier ist es leider nicht online. Er kommt irgendwie rein. Mal gucken, ob er antwortet. So, also, ja. Wie gesagt, jeder kann hier rein in den Chat. So, ja. Gibt es eigentlich gar nicht so viel sagen. In 15 Minuten geht schon los. Knebel hat ein Vorvideo ein bisschen gemacht, was so von Panels kommt. Wie der Aufbau jetzt genau ist, ob das jetzt wirklich ein Live oder Aufzeichnungen sind, keine Ahnung. Aber ich denke mal wirklich live. Hoffe ich doch. Alles. Aber vielleicht haben sie ein paar Sachen vorbereitet. Und dann gucken wir mal. Jo. Na dann. Wenn ihr natürlich noch mehr Informationen habt, dann haut sie raus, dann die anderen mit. Und bei mir jetzt noch nicht so viele, die zuschauen. Ich komme heute Nacht ja von Nachtschicht, deswegen also ganz fit bin ich heute nicht. Deswegen habe ich gehofft, dass ich es heute überhaupt machen kann. Mal weg. Sollten. Astidur, bist du im Chat? Wenn du da bist, komm Teamspeak. Ich poste mal kurz die Teamspeak-Daten, je mehr hier drin sind. Also, ja, wenn es zu viel sind, ist auch nicht gut, aber je mehr, je besser normalerweise. Das sind die Teamspeak-Daten. Und dann unten ins Streamer-Studio. Ich muss euch dann freischalten und dann geht's los. So. Und der
Channel
ist
switched. Channel switched.
nicht da. Ich habe jetzt nicht groß angekündigt heute. Mein Stream, aber das macht ja nichts. Dann kommen natürlich auch ein paar Leute. So. Dann, ja, ich habe jetzt nicht viel vorbereitet, was wir davor reden können. Wir reden auf jeden Fall drüber, was kommt. Und was heute Sache ist. Auf jeden Fall Pyro zeigen sie ja was. Das definitiv. Blümchen, cool. Lange nicht mehr gesehen. Moin. Kannst auch gerne ins Teamspeak kommen, wenn du Lust hast. Oder hast selber einen Stream. Aber kannst auch dann kommen, wenn du willst. Wenn es ja nicht ausmacht. Wenn ich da auch viel drüber rede. So. Zwölf Minuten geht's los. Ja, gute Leute geht's immer schlecht, oder wie geht das, der Spruch? Ja, Gott. Geht. Ich hab's verstanden, aber bis zum eindeutig, zweideutig war der Versprecher. Ach, mein Handy einstöpseln. Oh, schade, Blümchen. Guck, geht's nicht, oder wie? Ist ja schnell eingerichtet, theoretisch. Hey, Sie! Und danke für deinen Post, Hesi. Hab's gesehen in Discord. Schön, dass du da bist. Noch 10 Minuten. Mal gucken, wer noch alles reinkommt. Gießen. Upsala, da habe ich wohl Verschreiberleket. Gießen, das ist richtig gutes Deutsch. Upsala. Ja, ich habe es vorher schnell geschrieben. Wohl nicht ganz. Gießes heißt es, ne? Also Korrektur. Deutsche Sprache, schwere Sprache. Deutsche Sprache, schwere Sprache. Habe ich das auch hier falsch? Ich glaube auch. Ich habe es, glaube auch in meinem Stream falsch. Ja, hoffe ich doch. Ich hoffe, ich kann euch heute auch was bieten, beziehungsweise ich hoffe, dass da Cloud Imperium Games heute uns was bietet. Ich bin ein bisschen müde von der Nachtschicht heute Nacht. Ich bin erst vorher aufgestanden sozusagen. Ich bin noch so ein bisschen... aber es muss. Deswegen hoffe ich ja, dass so ein paar Leute ins Teamspeak kommen. Die bessere Konstellation haben wie ich. So. Na dann. SC in VR. Ich glaube, VR kommt ja. Ich glaube. Ja, das kommt wahrscheinlich später. Obwohl natürlich cool wäre, wenn man wüsste, dass sie dran arbeiten. Beziehungsweise sie haben ja schon mal jemanden gehabt, der das ein bisschen ausprobiert hat. Das Problem, ich habe ja immer noch. Also, ich habe die Quest 2 und die Rift 1 noch. Also die hier habe ich noch. Labab. Aber die ist langsam in die Jahre gekommen. Und ich habe sie echt, ich war so stolz, das zu haben, aber ich habe sie echt viel zu selten benutzt. Auch die Quest 2, die draußen liegt, die echt cool ist, so schnell mal ein paar Games zu machen. Und man sie sogar linken kann mit dem Rechner. Viel zu selten auf. Obwohl es für mich sportlich cool wäre.
User joined your channel.
Hey Matthias, super, dass du da bist. Ich habe schon
Hey.
befürchtet, dass du arbeiten musst heute oder so.
Nee, ich hab doch Urlaub, bitte.
Du hast Urlaub, sehr schön. Und ich habe Gott sei Dank frei, aber ich komme heute Nacht von der, ich kam heute von der Nachtschicht.
Ah, okay, deswegen hast du ein bisschen geschlafen.
Ja, ich bin erst so um 15 Uhr, kurz nach 15 Uhr aufgestanden, dann bin ich duschen und dann was gegessen. Aber so richtig wach bin ich noch nicht. Aber schön, dass du da bist. Vielleicht kommt nachher der Earl auch noch, hat er gemeint, aber erst später. Aber cool, weil ich habe dich nicht online gesehen in Discord, deswegen habe ich schon befürchtet, dass du nicht kannst heute. Und Blümchenkuh ist im Chat und der Hesi. Aber bei ihr tut, glaubt TS, das wäre schön, wenn sie natürlich auch noch reinkommen könnte. Natürlich können wir, wenn wirklich nichts geht, auch Discord wechseln, obwohl ich Discord nicht so der Fan bin. Aber Matthias, ich konnte mich nicht so gut informieren, was heute so Sache ist. Kannst du, was gibt's denn für Informationen? Hast du da irgendwas, was heute stattfindet? Matthias? Hast dein Mikrofon wieder, deine Mute-Taste nicht drin?
Nein, meine Sprechtaste funktioniert nicht im Moment.
Achso, war das nicht jetzt schon der Fall? Dann hast du umgelegt?
Nee, jetzt geht's.
Okay. Hast meine Frage mitgekriegt?
Ja, na, mitgekriegt habe ich. Es ist ja unten drunter, du brauchst ja nur runterscrollen, da steht das erste ist Journey to 4.0. Das erste ist Planetary Pyro, das heißt, wir werden die Biome und das Zeug und wie Pyro aussieht und wie das, was sie daraus gemacht haben.
Ja, gibt es irgendwelche Informationen, die jetzt nicht hier den Ablauf von den verschiedenen Panels sagt, sondern wie machen sie es diesmal? Ist es alles live?
Ich habe
oder?
keine Ahnung.
Gar nicht.
Nein, ich glaube, es ist digital. Es sind alles YouTube-Videos, also es sind alles YouTube-Videos.
Also nur Aufzeichnungen meinst du, das ist nichts?
Ja, es ist jetzt live auf Twitch. Du hast einen Jared gerade und nachher findest du die Panels wahrscheinlich alle da zum Anklicken auf.
Ach, man hört ein bisschen was, aber nichts Wichtiges.
Nein, er macht nur einen Audiotest gerade.
Irgendwie fehlt das richtige Live-Event mit Bühne und Stage irgendwie. Das vermisse ich irgendwie ein bisschen.
Ja, das machen sie aber nicht momentan mehr, weil sie für das keine Zeit gehabt haben. Es nimmt, das ist, wenn du jetzt alle zurückschaust, irgendwer hat ein Video gemacht, der 1042, der hat ein Video gemacht von allen Citizencon, so was die beinhaltet haben, ja. Und wenn du so zurück überlegst, diese Live-Shows, da waren so viele Sachen, die nie ins Game reinkommen sind oder die gefaked wurden oder die sie nur jetzt für das zusammengebastelt haben und da läuft so viel Zeit rein, dass das nicht crasht und dass das Ding und dann kommt das nie ins Game rein. Das ist das,
Okay, ja.
was mich immer genervt hat. Das war als Show was extrem geil. Live-Gameplay. Nur, dass du das Gameplay halt nie bekommen hast.
Das stimmt.
Das ist so das Traurige und deswegen wollten sie es auch nicht mehr so machen, sondern sie wollten was zeigen, was du auch so kriegst im Spiel nachher.
Ja. Aber ist natürlich ein bisschen, wenn das natürlich nur so aufgezeichnete Panels sind, oder ich weiß nicht, ob die aufgezeichnet sind, ja, wahrscheinlich schon, ne? Ist es halt ein bisschen, ja.
Na, sie haben, ich glaube, es ist so halb live, halb die Panels dann oder so.
Ja gut, live auf jeden Fall das, was der Jared sagt. Aber ob die Panels jetzt teilweise auch live sind?
Ja, bei der Blümchenkuh ist es kein Unterschied. Die Verbindung ist total mies, oh Mann. LTE mit 1,5 bis 3 Mbit. Uff.
Yeah. Hesi kommt sogar. Fliegen gleich mal runter hier.
User was moved to your channel.
Moment, ich muss ihm noch... Bin ich jetzt blind? Wo kann ich denn die Rechte geben? Jetzt. Hi, Hesi!
Hi. Ich glaube, er richtet noch Mikro ein.
Ja, wahrscheinlich. Aber ich muss mal irgendwie... Ich glaube, im Ding ist gar nicht so laut. Also ihr müsst nachher sagen, wenn sie nachher sprechen, ob ihr es versteht. Oder es zu laut ist. Gerade die Musiklautstärke 2 Minuten. Hi Talantier, guten Abend und herzlich willkommen zur Citizencon in 2 Minuten. Matthias, du musst heute, ist es okay, wenn du heute ein bisschen der Übersetzer memst, manchmal, wenn was...
Live-Übersetzer, ja. Ich werde versuchen.
Wenn du mal was Wichtiges raushörst oder so, was jetzt ein bisschen komplizierter ist oder so, mal rausziehen.
Und dann kommt mein Essen und dann...
Ja.
User joined your channel.
Ah, der Gugi, schau da, sehr schön, jetzt so langsam. 1 Minute vor, das haben wir uns jetzt langsam. Servus, Gugi.
Ja, hallo, die Herren. Und ja, denke
Damen?
Herren ist nicht hier, oder?
Und Damen, doch.
Doch,
Die
Damen?
Blümchenkuh ist da.
Blümchen.
Tanja.
Ja.
Auch wenn die gerade ganz... Oh Gott, wie kann sie über den Stream sehen? Kann sie über den Stream gucken? Obwohl eigentlich TS relativ... wie soll ich sagen, gnädig ist bei schlechten Verbindungen, oder? Bei kleinen.
Ja, aber sie muss wählen, ob sie den Stream schaut oder ob sie Bild hat oder halt...
Wahrscheinlich. Blümchen, in welcher Auflösung musst du gucken jetzt gerade? Warte mal, 1,5 Mbit. Wie viel hat ein Full HD Bild bei Übertragung? Was brauchst du da mindestens? 45 Sekunden. Dann geht's los. Ich hoffe, das Bild ist okay. Wenn irgendwas nicht in Ordnung ist, dann bitte jetzt noch Bescheid sagen, dann kann ich es noch ändern. So. ...20 Sekunden. Dauert das schon mal?
Das Gute ist, wir haben hier Transcoding.
12, 10,
10,
9, 8,
7, 6.
Ja.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
Yeah, ready to
It's
take
gonna
off.
sound cliche, but
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
So the only thing
Hallo
that's kept me
Steiner.
going,
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the Citizencon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive,
Tunnel.
and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't
ist so
have
schön,
the
das wieder
tools
zu
to do
sehen.
it.
Das ist so alt.
One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision. And so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out. So why don't you come join me for a sneak peek? 10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed Citizencon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year, But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, development, and our main teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming the show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together, at the visual quality of the biggest AAA games, is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game of the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototype by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay,
aboard.
well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup
Sehr
here,
geil
isn't it?
gemacht.
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know,
Er will das auch haben. Das ist der Hause.
He knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster.
Aber das da oben ist ein Star Wars
This
Blaster.
really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Such. Look at that.
Jacke gibt's auch in Game.
So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond.
Ich bin
and the
neidisch.
community.
Oh, we did that as an area. Cheers.
And cheers.
Unsere Frauen würden uns killen, wenn wir uns sowas reinstellen, aber gut.
All right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
That's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think?
From,
Look at my
I don't know where
jacket.
from.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy.
Blümchenkugel
you do look
sowas.
like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Night of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twins.
Oh, da hat er doch was.
Ja, klar.
No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
Ist die auf dem
It
Store
looks good
bald
on
zu
you.
kaufen, oder? Die
Not
Jacke
saying it'd be the
wahrscheinlich.
same for
Oder-
me. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts.
Nicht nur die Jacke,
This
das macht es
Hadician
mehr
artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon
Ah, guck mal, das
trophy.
ist das eine Artefakt, wo in dem
Brilliant.
einen Video damals war,
they've had it
wo sie
hooked
in
me
der
up.
Mission hatten.
You're gonna sit
Seit
in
dem
my
Eck.
chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. I like the desk. We've got a bubble head. This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
Also doch sehr, sehr schick.
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max. I really want my chair back.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
Journey to
My name's Max.
4.0.
I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Also in
So
the
I
last
have Pyro
3
1
years.
open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately. And ever since then, this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them.
Gerade dass Dravi nicht da ist, der
this is
könnte was zu
another
dem
spot I
Planeten
want to
sagen.
highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass. But I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in-game walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here, which has these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. Yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to race through here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before
Ja, das wäre cool, wenn es abbrechen könnte, aber ich glaube, das passiert nicht. Ich glaube, das haben sie nicht reingebaut. Jetzt fällt eh bei so manchen Booten-Sachen, dass da auch was kaputt gehen kann. Zerstörung. Die Pflanze ist ja gerade noch stärker wie ein Fahrzeug. Oder du fährst einfach durch.
So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the hues and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2.
Ich hoffe, dass sie die Clouds noch ein bisschen schöner hinkriegen. Also die
the
Ränder.
Improvements that we made to how acids spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way. Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned for it, but I think in comparison to what we had before, this is a big step
Wie heißt
forward.
der eigentlich gerade nochmal, der redet?
Also what you
Aus
might
welchem
see
Studio kommt
is
der?
the drawing distance of acids has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry.
Hört sich an wie
So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will
vor der
see
Namen gesagt? Ich habe
that this is
Maximilian
formations. And I think it
Heilig.
looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters. So you almost get like
Pyro 1 hat auf jeden Fall Atmosphäre, das sind Pflanzen. 2, hat der noch Atmosphäre oder ist er weg? Weißt du immer die Lore dahinter?
In a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology acids, different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover acids to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover acids, yeah, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground.
Pyro 3. Sieht der aus.
So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo. But I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density. So it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass. and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of assets that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, which Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, coral geology set to have some of the yellow also
Also
along
könnten
the
Sie eigentlich
coast.
auch Ebbe und Flut machen.
So you see here,
18.
we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pods.
Kleine, zarte
really cool
Knospen.
asset set. So when
Pflanzen
flying
konnte ja
over
damals
the
schon die
volcanic
Greien schon ganz
regions,
gut.
you will
Schon
find
immer.
pockets of these scattered all around just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
Die sieht aus wie Mordor.
Ja, das Licht macht schon viel aus.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality, not a lot of trees. So everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil. And it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher. The texture resolution is a bit higher.
Oh, Artemis, ich glaube nicht, dass das in der PS5 rauskommt. Selbst für die PS5 das stemmen kann.
Which means that eventually we have to go back to
Ich glaube, Sony hat da immer viel zu viel Hürden eingebaut.
Trees there,
sowas.
like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve
Xbox,
the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes.
Aber nur
There's
meine
a clear distinction between them. but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far.
Also was schon mal sehr auffällt, ist, dass es nicht generisch wirkt. Es ist wirklich Abwechslung drin. Das ist gut.
Really interesting
Natürlich.
concept art.
Das sieht hier interessant aus, aber ich glaube nur nicht so schön gestaltet von der...
rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship. So you can
ja, im Moment geht's ja, das erste Panel geht halt um Pyro und
so
Planeten.
Massive in scale. And what was the hardest part
Wenn sie gesagt, dass das noch nicht ganz fertig ist, das sieht noch nicht ganz fertig aus.
Is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big, yeah, to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small.
Da mag ich die Farbstimmung nicht so ganz
really
auf dem Planeten. Das
sieht
sieht so eintönig aus durch das Rot.
Rocks against the crimson of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering
die Rocks
the
gefallen,
terrain,
ja.
and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually
Das ist alles computergeneriert, das ist so richtig geil.
the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we.
Wie gesagt, es sieht organisch natürlich aus. Es ist nicht irgendwie generisch, also es wiederholt sich nicht ständig.
Genau, das ist die Kunst.
Because I mentioned biome
das von der KI gemacht.
Genau.
Ja, ein bisschen Hand angelegt tun sie trotzdem noch.
Ja, natürlich.
Wissen sie ja.
So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive
Wie viele Planeten gibt es denn eigentlich bei
on other
Pyro?
planets we have individual craters which are a
4
whole height map, or
4 Planeten.
like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But
Also
this
sind
is
Pyro
actually
4 ist der
multiple
letzte
height
dann.
maps forming one
Dann gibt es nur noch die
large
Monde
crater.
höchstens.
And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement.
Der 5. ist der
texture,
zerbrochene.
and then the
Ach, ist das
height maps
von
of the
der
ecosystems,
Map, von der
spawning on top,
Arena Commander Map da?
plus the volumetric
Nee,
clouds.
das
Dying Star,
make it
ja.
look really
Ja.
epic
Ist das
here.
Dying Star?
Now we've flown down to the
Nee, Dying Star
surface
ist doch
of the
Sonne, oder?
crater.
Heißt doch Dying.
We wanted this to feel very
Pyro.
yes, spooky and kind of dark. So we have these dark fantasy forest looking trees.
Also das ist doch Herr der Ringe.
Which look kind of creepy.
Bisschen, ja.
Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous
Wie die
biome.
Wolken da hinten
We go
hängen, finde
down
ich
to
cool.
the surface
So
of
halb.
the crater. You can see that we
Ja,
added
ja.
this dark forest looking tree set. Some
Das finde ich jetzt
creepy
organischer wie die letzte.
shapes,
Besser.
some moist looking ground cover assets, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy.
Mordor.
It's supposed to be hostile,
Yeah.
and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
Pyro 5C, was ist denn das für ein Name?
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like a long streak of
Das sieht mal sehr interessant aus.
obsidian.
Sieht
So
aus
let's
wie
fly down to
der
the
Todesstern
surface of the
von den neuen Teilen.
and have
Also
a
der
look what it looks like
Todesplanet.
from up close.
Bisschen.
Again,
Mich grad daran
we
erinnert.
start with like the global height map where there's
Da ist doch
like
auch so
a
eine
little bit of a
ringsrum so
bump
eine
up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland
Basis, genau.
shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil,
Ist es jetzt Eis oder ist es Stein?
it
Obsidian.
almost looks
Obsidian.
artificial in a way.
Obsidian.
Acid-wise, we're using one of
Kann man
our
abbauen,
Vegetation
das
Sets that you can also find on Stanton 4.
Hat auf jeden Fall eine
This one
nette Lichtstimmung,
got a
was
bit
wir
of
da
an
haben, wenn es so
update,
reinleuchtet.
a bit of polish, so we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight
Da klopft
hits,
jedes Herz eines Miners
these
höher, wenn er das
surfaces
sieht.
to make this area a bit more interesting.
Ja, sie
We
locken uns
decided
wieder
to
mit
add some of
fantastischen
these
Bildern.
white,
Schlimm.
light gray shrubs,
Ich bin kein
just
Miner, deswegen
so the
lockt mich
area
das jetzt
doesn't
nicht so
feel
ganz.
too samey.
Mich juckt
And
keiner
it's
mehr.
always nice to have
Nein,
like the
nein,
occasional
nein.
pocket
Doch,
of
doch, doch.
vegetation.
Nein,
To
nein,
set the obsidian
nein.
biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they
Ach,
are
für Schmuck benutzt
more
man das oder
dry,
sowas.
covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red.
In welchem Panel
hues
zeigen sie denn eher
to,
die
the
neuen
occasional
Features, die
biome.
kommen?
It's very rocky. You also
Genau, hab
find
ich jetzt gar nicht
the red
geguckt.
sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red
Ich habe mir
creeps up
gewünscht,
into the crevices of
ich
the
hab mir
height
gewünscht,
in the
dass sie mit der
background.
Korse durchfliegen.
We're
Gibt's
gonna
doch
end
Pyro
our
6.
showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting
Pyro
color
6 ist
palette.
wahrscheinlich
Like I
ein
really
Mond,
like
aber
the
das wäre
yellows
jetzt
and the
unlogisch.
pale
Nee, ist Planet.
beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean.
Sieht aber mehr wie ein Mond aus, irgendwie von der.
As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by
Ich will jetzt fast
craters,
Ding aufmachen.
and we get these really cool shapes
I'm
where
planning to
the
eat.
ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters, so now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here
Der sieht aber jetzt noch nicht so
towards
fertig
one of
aus, oder?
those craters that's filled
Vielleicht ist
with
das so.
water. We have a
weiß
couple
nicht.
of
Obwohl
floating
da
meshes
schwebt
here on the
ein
left.
Stein.
This is still
Ja,
work
ja,
in
ja.
progress. So
Aha,
one
also
of us,
noch in
probably me,
Produktion.
has to go
Also
in
so ein
and
bisschen Whiteboxing sieht das fast aus. Ne?
adjust the settings
Way
of the
Whiteboxing.
spawning here, and then we're right at the edge. And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the
Weißt du,
white
das Wasser sogar ganz cool aus.
chalky terrain. Then over here, I
Jetzt muss man
want
nur
to
noch schwimmen können.
introduce you to our
Ey, ich
human
wollte es
scale
klippen, mein
ref
Fehler. Ich bin
mesh.
reingejumpt ins Wasser mit dem
His name
Fahrzeug.
is Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like, he adds context to the,
Das ist
to the
Rüdiger.
scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns.
Und Vegetation Stones vom Ancient
Yeah,
Times.
he helps us
Sagt mir gar nicht.
find
Ancient
the
Time?
right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the Pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet.
Wow.
And the
Cool.
skybox is just yeah, it looks really good. So this is the skybox for the entire Pyro system. So you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so
Ich sag ja, sie locken uns wieder mit Bildern.
I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
Ich hoffe, wir sehen heute noch den Jump, wie er jetzt aussieht. Ob sich da was geändert hat, groß. Wurmloch. Jump.
Machen sie bestimmt noch.
Welchen Patch wollen sie, also mit 4.0 wollen sie es ja einführen? Hä? Motoröl? Wie kommt ihr jetzt auf Motoröl? Braucht wohl Blümchenkuh Motoröl für ihr Auto?
Falsche Zwischenablage.
Ja, das ist peinlich, wenn du auf bestimmten Seiten warst und da was kopiert hast.
Oh oh.
Ah, das wolltest du schicken. Ich hoffe, das geht jetzt nicht weg, doch. War ja klar. Da mal gucken.
Fliegende Steine.
Ah, okay.
Na, bei Avatar sind sie ja auch geflogen, die Steine, also von daher.
Stimmt. Aber gut, weiß ja nicht, an was für Gesetze hält. Obwohl, wenn die dadurch irgendwie magnetisch sind und sich gegenseitig abstoßen. Gut.
Naja, bei Avatar haben sie es, glaube ich, so erklärt, ne? Mit dieser magnetischen Abstoßkräfte.
Okay, die Lore von Avatar habe ich jetzt gar nicht so. Ich habe das immer so
genommen.
Nein. Ich habe das immer so genommen. Stimmt. Gibt's.
Na gut, dann war es akustisch. Magnetisch, akustisch.
Akustisch. Ach, mit Schall? Hä? Okay. Hä?
Na, Ultraschall, den haben wir ja Menschen ja nicht. Dann geht's ja.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks.
Das Modell von der Freelancer.
That is from Grey Cat Buggy.
Welcome back to Citizencon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
Ich finde immer noch Kusche bei
Chambers. You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
Das ist ganz schön Weile her, dass wir den getroffen haben, wo wir im Studio waren.
So,
I like your dig.
Jetzt geht's ans Eingemachte.
Yeah. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. It's always like, yeah, someday. But we did it.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let's switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get a here, Brian. I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
I got the string in the right. Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back because it's mine.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess it up.
And then from Singapore, really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
I'm gonna get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
Bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. So, yeah. So these things, but anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some of them out if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is,
FPGA
you check
fragt,
out
ob es neue Schiffe zu Con gibt.
It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I know there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is a, what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something. There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's
Star
10.
Citizen wird mal alt.
You got any favorite memories of something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years.
Ich habe damit kein
Just
Problem.
about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at Citizencon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first Citizencon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off.
2016 war ganz nice,
I'm looking
oder?
for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I
Citizen-
went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the
8
rows
Jahre
with
her,
all the
Citizen
backers.
2016. Ne?
And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the
konnte
demo
man das
and
erste Mal
pacing,
auf
and then
der
the sandman
Planetenoberfläche
blows
landen.
out of the ground and everybody blows up.
War das
and I'm
Anfang
kind of
3.0?
below everybody because at
2016?
this point they're jumping up.
Vor
And
3.0
just
noch.
to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never
War
forget.
da das Pupil
It was
to
something
Eye,
you're,
wo sie
you're
das
at
gezeigt
that
haben?
level, you feeling the love
Na,
from
das war
them, the
davor.
excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time.
Genau,
I'm
die
pretty sure we were
deutschen
sitting on the floor
Cons waren
together
auch
at
sehr
one point or
geil.
another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to seeing again. And all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but really in terms of the general, I think it's really that ability to be amongst everybody.
Aber ich hatte
I even
damals
think of overall just the journey
so eine
we've
komische
been on
Frisur.
in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is
the
Star
event
Citizen?
after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. he basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the sleep in the stage stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, he's good
here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on that last day. He and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, "Dude, I don't know if I can do this next year." I'm like, "There's nobody else to do it except us, dude." And he goes, "Oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year." I'm like, "You are not going to take PTO next year." And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, "You took PTO?" Because I told you, I'm like, "You're my hero." You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, design brief investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience that we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them. and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that.
Detective darf noch spielen oder sowas.
So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery.
Oh, da muss man rausfinden, warum die Lebenserhaltung.
The way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your like answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging,
so Missionen wäre es halt manchmal cool, wenn es dann auf Deutsch wäre oder auf anderen Sprachen.
Indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see like how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done. So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So it's kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people. And we're looking into being able to find the mobiles in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors.
Aber es kommt wahrscheinlich erst, wenn Beta-Status hat.
Traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions, we've got combat missions, we've got calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the persistent universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying and again kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Right?
Well, and ideally it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay,
bis jetzt vermisse ich irgendwie noch die Mission, was sie damals gezeigt haben, wo so variabel handeln konntest, ob du die Leute abknallst oder das Ding kaufst. Wo war das? War das Citizencon? Mit der einen Mission in Pyro, wo sie damals gezeigt haben?
Like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge
mit
for us
dem
to figure
Artefakt, wo da hinten
and the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where we don't just, it's not just checkpoints on a list. So
als dann die Piraten kamen, um die Kisten wegzunehmen,
creating a system where
Nee, ich meine, das wo du das Artefakt auf verschiedene Arten kriegen konntest. Damals auf so
Achso, du meinst dieses Halbwunder-Artefakt hinter dem Tresen?
Genau, wo du entweder kannst das kaufen oder du kannst reinschleichen und es klauen oder du kannst alle abballern und es klauen. Weißt?
Also das war auf der 21, also letztes Jahr.
Letztes Jahr, gell?
anxiously
davon hätte ich
looking
mal ein
forward
bisschen
to
was
more
gesehen.
storytelling
Weil
possibilities,
ich
more
dachte, das
narrative
wollen sie alle
possibilities
nach,
within the
wenn
Persistent
Pyro
universe.
kommt, einbringen.
So, it is our 10th anniversary, so I'm asking everybody
Wir
who's
haben ja bis
joining
um
us
12 Uhr
today
noch
for your
Zeit.
favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like
Das sind
what are
jetzt
you
die
thinking right now?
Investigation-Mission da fast
I can't
langweilig.
get lost in your eyes. Not
Ja.
today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcons. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process.
Rimkiku hat sogar so verstanden, aber
climbing up
es ist
that
ja
hill
eher
was-
wie die
was
jetzige
a
PI-Mission, so
difficult
ein bisschen,
one,
ein
but to
bisschen
finally get
erweitert,
that
wo
out
man,
and
wo man ja in die
you
Station
see
kommt
people's
und
reactions and-
je nachdem,
Do
wie
you
viel
remember in 3.0
Pets,
launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community
Informationen
based
du
on Chris
sammelst,
Roberts'
schließt die Mission
feedback
anders ab.
that
So
we
habe
were
ich das
going to be out
verstanden.
by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave
Aber
until 3.0
kann auch
comes out.
anders
It is
sein.
December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. Actually, it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point, I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the
really
cast
fun.
that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and there was these sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Untergrundsachen gibt's jetzt. Ja.
Wenn ihr bei dem Cockpit, sage ich jetzt mal, wo sie alle drin sitzen an der Bar, hinten auf das große Fenster achtet, dann seht ihr, sie wechseln die Hintergründe.
I'm the art director for Starcitizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities.
Er hat ja gesagt,
now,
dass es
this was
Greenscreen
a
ist, glaube ich.
presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the Citizencon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale. small, medium, large to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down, it's very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the player's landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like. Now moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll
in der Anlage mit Fahrzeugen umfahren, da machen die Fahrzeuge aus.
So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. But maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we want to delve into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities to the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below. But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above.
Wichtig ist, dass man der Anlage auch anzieht, für was sie da ist. Also nur so ein komisches Gebäude, das nach unten geht.
Pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible.
Ach so, ja, okay, gut, ja, Metall.
Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something
Ja, muss es ja, sonst da fährst du da drin mit Fahrzeugen, das geht ja Lorville nicht.
Würde in Lorville gehen, wenn die anderen Gebäude irgendwie angebunden wären, dass du durchfahren könntest. Also so der begehbare Bereich in Lorville ist noch relativ klein.
Ja, okay. Kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where
Lorville können sie noch ganz schön ausbauen, wenn sie da Flächen brauchen, theoretisch.
Little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles.
Wie viel sind 16 Fuß?
Kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators.
Das 3
So on the
Meter
right,
oder
what
so?
we're seeing
Oder 5
is
oder 4?
a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very
15
similar.
Fuß sind
Maybe
4,5
this ties
Meter.
into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out.
Das wo das
Tons of
kleine
potential
Fahrzeuge
for how
durchkommen.
we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft
Ja,
carriers.
guck mal,
about how
die
you
Fahrzeuge
see,
für die Container.
pads on the flight deck
Mhm.
go to the
Da gucken wir
underbelly.
Schön flach.
We thought this would
Weil wir
already
die
give
steuern können,
tons of
später
opportunity
vielleicht.
for not only
Ich denke schon.
cool visuals,
Ja, die
but
müssen wir auch
also
für die größeren
ways
Schiffe
in which you
haben,
can,
zum Beispiel für
reveal,
Starfahrer oder für,
extra traversal
wie
opportunities.
heißt
So
das
as
ganz
that
große
cargo deck
Transportschiff?
goes
Also
down,
ich meine jetzt nicht
you'd
die
see
Hull, sondern
other
die
ways to kind of
Herkules?
traverse through into the facility.
Herkules zum Beispiel
Okay, so what we're looking at
oder,
here is
oder
Die
kind of an
Tausendfüßler.
example
das Handelsschiff da zum
corridor.
Beispiel.
Now corridors are not
Auch von der
really
Bahn,
quite,
die Bahn merkt schon.
important to us,
Genau.
but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now with this being subterranean, we wanted to always
Die Gabelstapler werden Spaß machen.
imply that there's a
Ich
weight
finde
kind of
Gabelstapler nur
pushing down.
ein
So
bisschen
this
zu
radial
unmodern,
motif
dass
is
es
the
nicht
best
mit
load bearing.
Traktor
As
oder
a
irgendwas
design
funktioniert.
language instantly was feeling quite right.
Man kann es ja beides
So in
mischen.
this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool.
Aber wäre cool,
for,
wenn man wirklich da durchfahren muss
FPS
teilweise und
combat,
irgendwo
you know,
Fahrzeuge stehen hat, wo man
opportunities
nehmen kann. Weißt du,
And then
wie
leading
bei
in,
der Rennstrecke,
underneath,
was sie
you kinda
machen
see
wollen, dass die
a tertiary
spawnen und so
route.
Zeug.
Now, part of this could be this
Ich denke, das wird so werden.
stealth
Müssen
route,
halt
or
bloß
maybe
aufgeräumt
this
werden.
is,
Da müssen sie
the
gute
upper
Mechanik
area
finden,
blocked
dass
off,
die
so the
nicht irgendwann
players to go
plötzlich
down below. So
das alles mit
even
Fahrzeugen
within
zusteht.
something as a concept of a corridor, we
Da
want
kommen die
to
NPCs
design
und fahren
many
die in eine
different
Parktasche.
avenues for the player
Ja,
to
das wäre
traverse.
cool, wenn das
Okay,
passiert.
so what we're looking at here is the underbelly
Staplerfahrer
of that
Klaus
concept
Nachwahl.
we just showed.
Genau.
So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through.
Ja, nein, das ist schon alles wieder hundertprozentig durchgeplant. Die haben schon alles beschriftet und so weiter.
Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and
Müssen
going.
sie ja ein bisschen machen.
Hierarchically, it's a
Die Logik dahinter.
different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be
Aber ich habe noch nicht
the most
rausgefunden, für was die
entertaining for the player.
Anlage gedacht
So
ist.
we
Also
came up with the idea
nur
of
Lagerraum
introducing these
unten?
bulkheads.
Oder das
So
kann es
these
ja echt nicht
bulkheads
sein.
are almost checkpoints. So it enables us
Ich
to
denke als
break that draw
Zwischenlager.
distance,
Also
but
einerseits
also
Miner,
enables us to
Zwischenlagern und
break
dann
the
verladen.
rhythm of traversal. So
Aber
from
warum
going
unterirdisch?
from a
Weißt
corridor into
Was denn?
an ops room or
Das ist eine
something
gute
like
Frage.
that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location.
Ist umweltfreundlich.
So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, you know,
Genau, ich
pipes,
glaube, er wollte es
machinery,
gerade nicht so
all
ganz
of that sort of
definieren,
good
was
stuff.
es ist. Glaub
And
ich
as we
nicht.
get
Ich
higher
glaub,
up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended.
Treibstoff kann es nicht sein.
As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas. Areas dedicated towards the control
unter der Erde, auch nicht
of the
schlecht.
location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room.
Das ist doch auch von Avatar.
Control the networking of everything. And
Obwohl, das
also
hatten wir ja
here
schon mal
you've got
damals in
the
der Präsentation
overseeing
mal
executive suite.
von der
So it's
Mission
not just
damals,
technicians here,
wo der Mark
but also
Hamill gespielt hat.
executive wings. And also as a bit of
Ja,
fun,
für
if the
Squadron
player
42,
does
ja.
get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, you know, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water.
Cooling, ja.
We thought also it'd be cool if there's
Ist ja nur
a
eine
cause and
Zeichnung.
effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, they go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design
Es muss alles gekühlt
about
werden.
interesting opportunities. And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the
AKW.
player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or, you know, with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can
Ein
do
neues
some pretty cool
Fahrzeug.
layouts for the player
Nee,
to
das ist
drive
doch
through.
der
Something
eine.
that's a
Nee, das ist
little
das
bit
Kleine.
more
Okay, alles klar.
invested than
Der kleine
just a
Stapler.
straight line. Now, as part of that transition
Mule.
period between
Danke, Matthias,
heavy
genau.
industrial to exposed cave, the
Bloß im Moment kann man noch vorne keine
to create
Kiste
for the
irgendwie
UGF spaces,
tragen.
you know, maybe
Aber man
there's
kann
a
hinten
large
reinladen,
war machine
also
still there.
wenn man
Again,
kauft.
maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to
Das sieht doch wie so eine
reverse
Tunnelraupe
over,
aus.
interact.
Ja, das ist aber auch wieder das gleiche.
Ja.
Achso, du meinst das
Also,
große
as
da.
part of that,
große, ja,
another
Tunnelraupe, ja.
opportunity to introduce a new element.
Also wenn wir so ein
to the
Ding haben,
space would
Halleluja.
be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types
das
of
sieht ganz
geology.
nett aus, ja.
Maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet.
Vielleicht kommt der neue Rohstoff hinzu, flüssiges Silizium oder
lakes,
sowas.
maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities.
Aber das ist eine verlassene Mine.
Also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space,
guck mal, das sogar schon ein bisschen animiert
composition,
hier.
gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that
Aber die Dimensionen sind wieder riesig.
Ja, hat man schon in Bildern gesehen.
That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Also es schaut sehr, sehr geil aus.
Auf jeden Fall interessanter wie die jetzigen.
Ja.
Aber wie soll man da Mission machen? Da brauchst du ja Stunden, um da durchzulaufen.
Ja, das haben sie 100% mit Absicht gemacht, damit du nicht irgendwo hinfliegst, dir schnell deine Kiste holst und abhaust.
Hast du mitgehört, das ist nicht nur, das ist auch etwas, wo du was produzieren lassen kannst.
Also so wie eine Station halt.
Eine Fabrik.
Ja. Eine Außenstation oder so eine, halt auf dem Planeten.
Da könnte man auch ein paar Sträflinge arbeiten lassen.
Sieht da schon ganz nett aus in der Produktionsphase. Ah, guck mal, jetzt ist sogar hier mit Schienen. Okay, das sieht jetzt nicht sehr modern aus mit so Schienen.
Ah, ich denke mal, das ist nur eine Konzeptphase, das ist noch nicht ausgereift.
Obwohl, guck mal, das ist ja schon...
Das wird so eine Vorstufe sein von diesen flachen Containerfahrzeugen. Das ist nur zum Testen.
Obwohl, es hat schon ziemlich schon reingewirkt, wie wenn es da in das Konzept reinkommt mit Schienen.
Ja, aber, das kann passieren, ja.
Aber eigentlich wollen sie ja so Schwebetechnik können sie ja auch machen, deswegen das ist ein bisschen altbacken, modisch, sage ich mal.
So, Citizencon ist zu Ende, wir können gehen.
Nee.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Starcitizen Art Director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian,
Sie trinken da wirklich Alkohol oder ist es nur was?
The underground facilities.
Sie dürfen sich ruhig was gönnen.
Genau, sowas. Magnettechnik. Wäre die Antigravitationsplatten mehr oder weniger in Star Citizen. Wo Sachen auch schweben könnten, theoretisch.
Last 10 years,
Schienen haben den Vorteil, dass kein anderer Spieler Blödsinn machen kann.
Favorite memory.
Das stimmt allerdings.
It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team and it was just kind of like, here it is!
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements. When we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were
Wie
talking
cool kann es
about,
entgleisen lassen, ne?
open
Das ist
up all
dann
kinds of storytelling possibilities
Mit
with
dem
different
Traktorbeam
companies.
vor allem.
And who knows what misadventures are going on?
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards.
Correct.
I'm not saying because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Starcitizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is it's a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom.
Also, Moment, ich mach's mal.
Who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair. Good.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight Comp feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out, and we'll meet you back here.
Wolltest du gerade Pizza bestellen oder wie? Just SDK.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light which means the materials chosen on the ship are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at one versus one, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
You want the combat
to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to traverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel, at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now labeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is a mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development,
Hört sich so an, wie es früher mal war, gell,
we
Matthias?
realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a
Steuern im Quantum?
ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you
Svenze, glaub schon länger mal
into
gesagt, dass
quantum
es so
mode.
ist.
Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work. And you will also not be able to
Also sie
thrust
gehen ein
it.
bisschen
So
in die
basically
Richtung, wie
all
es
your
früher
capacitor
war
and
mit
combat-related
Ergänzungen.
systems are turned off
Finde ich.
instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be
Ob
a
ich das
little
gut
period
finde,
of
weiß ich noch
time
nicht.
where everything has to spool up and change. So you will
Aber das
lose your
mit dem
shields
Schild
during
und
this,
Waffen,
you won't
das
have your
war
weapons
eigentlich schon immer
during this,
geplant.
but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, you know, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is, it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Starcitizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. You know, and we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But you know, the reality is, from us, it came down to, you know, what it always is in Starcitizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. You know, so with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just, like, it's a really magical thing. And we try many times to control that as, you know, as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point. But we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That, you know, internally, that, you know, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Okay, ich bin da jetzt ein bisschen gemischt, irgendwie cool, aber irgendwie auch ein bisschen die Freiheiten. Was denkt ihr drüber? Matthias, Gugi, Hazy?
Du hast die Freiheit immer noch, aber du musst die Entscheidung treffen.
So, ob du in den Quantum-Mode gehst oder...
Ja, du triffst die Entscheidung und dann die ist dann härter als vorher.
Also ich finde zum Beispiel gut, dass der Quantum-Mode die Schilder, das haben sie ja schon lange mal eigentlich angekündigt, dass es so ist, dass du nicht einfach weg abhauen kannst oder so ganz leicht. Quellman steht gut aus. Hey Earl, außerdem. Aber ich bin trotzdem so ein bisschen gemischte Gefühle. Das macht ein bisschen die Immersion vom All irgendwie weg. Ich weiß auch nicht. So, aber es geht so ein bisschen in die alte Richtung mit Veränderungen, oder? Wie wir es früher mal hatten, Matthias, oder?
Nee, nicht wirklich.
Nicht? Kam mir jetzt ein bisschen so vor.
User joined your channel.
Hallo Quergamer.
Hallo.
Ja, ich mal auch gucken, wie es dann später wird. Wieder eine Umstellung.
Also, was ich mir halt die ganze Zeit dabei dachte, ist halt, die LRT-Missionen, die waren jetzt schon recht schwer. Wenn sie das dann nicht da balancen, dann hat man da halt mehr Probleme, weil man halt näher dran ist, ne?
Ja, deswegen solltest du ja mit mehreren Leuten. Die MRT, die sind ja eigentlich schon eher Missionen, die eigentlich mit mehreren Leuten sind. Es fehlt halt nur irgendwie Missionen, wo du wo du auch NPCs mitnehmen kannst, wo du den Nachteil ein bisschen verbesserst.
Also LRT heißt ja, glaube ich, Low Risk Target, ne?
Nee, Large, oder? Halt, achso, nee, Low. Also die LRT. Ja gut,
ne?
aber da hast du ja meistens nur Jäger oder so als Gegner.
Ja, und wir haben letztens eine gemacht, da waren, ich glaube, 8, 9 Schiffe.
Aber da ist ja irgendwas dazu gespawnt. Ich glaube, das ist bei LRT normal nicht so.
Das war schwieriger als MRT, also das war echt krass.
Aber dann war es, glaube ich, ein Fehler, weil ich glaube, bei LRT sind es meistens nur 3 Schiffe maximal oder so.
Und der Herr Matthias ist auch letztens bei einer LRT gestorben.
Okay.
Mehrfach, glaube ich.
Ja, ich hoffe ja irgendwann, dass man nicht immer alleine überall hinfliegt. Also selbst wenn man jetzt nicht mit anderen Spielern spielt, dass irgendwann die Missionen sich so wandeln, dass du eher in eine Staffel von NPCs kommst oder wo du nicht alles komplett alleine machst. Dass das kommt. Dann ist schon gut, wenn da mehrere Flieger sind.
Mhm.
Also ich bin gerade noch gemischt, ich habe vielleicht auch noch nicht ganz alles verstanden, was jetzt mit dem Flugmodell da ist, also mit dem neuen, nennt man das Flugmodell, kann man das Masterboaster?
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
Sie hätten es ja so dynamisch machen können eigentlich, also dass du, je schneller du bist, je weniger Energie haben die Schilde oder irgendwie sowas, dass es dann nicht mehr richtig funktioniert. Also das ist so einen dynamischen Übergang. Jetzt machen sie wieder so einen, finde ich, einen harten Übergang, wirkt für mich so ein bisschen zwischen den Modes.
Ja, also dynamisch, wenn du dann so in Quantum reingehst, das wäre auch schon cool, ne?
Aber ich fand's krass, dass man im Quantum steuern kann.
Du kannst, also so wie das jetzt aussah, kannst du nur so springen und du hast dann quasi geringe mal, also kannst du dann quasi ein bisschen nach rechts und ein bisschen nach links oder nach oben. Das waren dann diese Balken, die an den Seiten sind. Also du kannst halt so ein bisschen in der Richtung steuern, aber du kannst jetzt nicht wirklich lenken. Ne?
Das habe ich jetzt nicht kapiert, ob man lenken kann, wirklich den Quantum verändern oder in dem Quantum, wie du es jetzt vielleicht meinst, dass man da halt ein bisschen variieren kann, wo man ist. Weißt du, kann ja sein, dass Quantum Fights später gibt, wo man halt ein bisschen sich bewegen muss, im Quantum selber. Keine Ahnung.
Also, wie ich es verstanden habe, ist halt, du hast halt geringe Manövrierfähigkeiten in diesem Quantum, wenn du halt, keine Ahnung, 30 Grad einmal nach rechts geschwungen bist, dann ist quasi deine Manövrierfähigkeit zu Ende nach rechts. Und wenn du weitergehst, fliegst du aus dem Quantum raus, weil einfach Instabilität. Aber du kannst zum Beispiel nur 10 Grad nach rechts gehen und dann wieder 10 Grad nach links und dann wieder 10 Grad nach rechts und bist dann immer noch im Quantum drin.
Ja, aber auch die Richtung von Quantum.
Ja, du kannst es dann verändern, also so wie ich es jetzt gerade noch gesehen habe. Ne?
Oh, warte mal, da kommt das nächste Thema.
It was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lowville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Starcitizen and Turbulent in Montreal.
Ja, das kann sein, dass du freier Quantum machen kannst. Dass du kein Quantum-Ziel mehr brauchst. Zwangsläufig.
Ja, aber also wie ich es verstanden habe, halt nur in dieser Bubble. Du kannst halt in diesem Modus halt reinspringen und dann kannst du halt in dieser Bubble quasi dann springen halt.
What I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of different.
Aber du kannst halt immer noch feste Ziele halt anspringen und hast dann quasi einen stabilen Sprung.
Side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason.
Hey Chili.
Jo, was geht? Ist richtig voll hier. Mein Gott.
Citizencon.
Because we would like to
Ups,
make
habe ich das verpasst?
interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player
Läuft schon
have
lange?
a fun experience to flying
2
through that.
Stunden.
Boah, 27.000 Zuschauer.
Wie
viel?
Wie lange?
3 Stunden und 30 Minuten.
Oh,
fuck,
the footprint of that city. We build a city from
Krass,
a
okay.
human scale, you know. We have
Und was ist
nothing in
Neues?
that city, they build in a gray zone.
Neue Modus
So
beim
everything is
Quantum
built from
Jump
that,
und so
that
Zeug.
unit, and it's built from
cool.
the unit of the
Und
city.
Pyro-Planeten
So this is
haben sie
mainly
vorgezeigt.
the
Jetzt
two
zeigen sie
main
gerade
unit
Lowville,
I
wie sich
used
ändert.
to build a city. So we have a kind
Krass,
of
okay.
proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the
Krass.
3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lowville 2.0, and we're ready to moving on.
Hat grüne Augen,
Thanks,
kann
Eric.
das sein?
There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to
Also ich glaube,
Max,
man wird da nie
and he's gonna
wirklich
show you
da
where we're at.
irgendwie in der Stadt da halt rumlaufen können oder in der Stadt halt in irgendwelche Häuser reingehen können.
Ja doch, in Häuser soll reingehen.
Ja, nur so vereinzelt, aber nicht so in jedes halt.
Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait.
Also so wie auf
Ce que
New
vous
Babbage
faites, ce
halt.
que vous partagez, m'inspire énormément.
Ja,
dans mon
A-Corp,
travail.
da wollen sie ja auch, dass immer ein bestimmte Gebäude was spawnen kann, also dass ein Gebäude plötzlich einen Raum
This
kriegt
concept's
bei einer
done.
Mission.
It's time to start
Also so
it again.
dynamisch kreiert.
And we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lowville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area We are keeping the CBD.
Aber mich würde halt immer noch, also mich wundert es halt immer noch, dass sie halt da jetzt
the
daran arbeiten und
spaceport
nicht an
and
andere
we're
Sachen
building
halt.
upon
Wahrscheinlich jetzt nur wegen
this
Squadron
and
42,
just
ne?
extending
Ja, nee,
the
Lorville ist jetzt
city.
nicht Squadron
We've done
42.
several tests with
Okay, ja, warum arbeiten sie da überhaupt dran und machen jetzt nicht an den anderen Sachen weiter?
Weil sie ja das, was sie haben, auch verbessern müssen. Also das ist ja auch ein Ding.
We're keeping the same number of gates,
Anpassen auf die
but we're
Jetztzeit,
moving,
auf das
moving
Moderne.
them out. And so throughout these
Ja.
tests, we've built the city.
Wenn sie jetzt noch
as
was
just
anderes bauen, müssen sie
placeholder,
es später irgendwann machen. Also
White box,
Ja,
very primitive to have this
ist halt, dann
layout, this
haben sie halt einen
fast
größeren Fortschritt
iteration
halt,
of
ne?
the whole city.
ja, sie müssen ja alles anpassen. Das gilt ja für alles im Spiel.
done,
Alles
and
muss
then
auf die
that we could
jetzige
see
Technik
it and
abgegradet
get
werden,
feedback
verbessert
on
werden.
it. So it will feel more
Bringt eigentlich
like
nichts,
a
neue Sachen
believable
dazu zu machen,
city.
wenn sie das alte nochmal überarbeiten.
We
Sowieso.
hope it to be fun
müssen.
to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches,
Ja, was ich halt meine, ist halt, es wird halt kritisch, so
underpasses, and it
mit
makes
dem, dass halt, also viele Leute sagen halt, es kommt halt nichts Neues hinzu.
We see the community of players.
Ne, Blümchico erinnert das immer an Blade Runner, das kann
they're
sein,
doing
ja, ein bisschen so ein Stil.
emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like.
Aber sie müssen
3D
trotzdem
tools.
später Mechaniken bringen, dass man nicht so wie der jetzt durch die Stadt fliegen.
chatting with
Also,
them, see
dass
what
es nicht
we
immer so
could,
erlaubt ist, ist ja eigentlich.
could use from the
Ja,
library
kommt halt
tools.
Polizei, ne?
There will
Ja,
be several
eigentlich.
areas
Aktuell ist
of,
es so, du
like,
fliegst da in die Stadt
higher
rein
level
und stirbst
detail,
sofort.
especially around
Da
landing
kann ich mich
pads
noch
on rooftops
an eine
and lookout
Situation
areas.
erinnern, wo wir da mit dem Schiff lang geflogen sind und dann in so eine Zone reingeflogen sind und dann, es war einfach so, wie so ein Stein runtergefallen sind.
To the interior spaces.
Weiß ich, habe schon lange nicht mal probiert, da irgendwie in die Nähe hinzufliegen.
Ja, normalerweise ist dann, wenn du da reinfliegst, wirst du dann vom Autopiloten weggezogen, aber wir wurden dann halt in den Boden reingezogen vom Autopilot.
Each artist has
Genau so.
slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, Lorville fand ich aber trotzdem nicht so interessant.
Ja.
Sieht halt ein bisschen besser aus, obwohl es schon mehr Details.
Ist halt die Frage, wie viel mehr leckt es.
Ah, guck mal, schon stark erweitert.
Oh wow, das sieht nice aus. Ja, nicely.
Casey schreibt, nächstes Thema ist neues Spielsystem. Das Ressourcenmanagement soll tiefgreifende Änderungen für Kampf, Multiplayer, Gameplay und Spielerbeherbergung mitbringen. Okay? Mal schauen, was wir da zeigen.
Gigabyte. Oh, keine 30 Gigabyte mehr frei.
Das war's?
Nee, das sind immer so Panels. So,
Okay. Gut sagen.
Der Stream
And
geht
you're
noch
making it
eine
so we
Weile.
can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything.
Kommen neue Schiffe oder
I ask you the
irgend
same
sowas?
question I asked John,
Wahrscheinlich
is this
schon.
BS or is this really
Okay,
what
wurde
we're
nichts
doing?
vorgestellt. Okay, alles klar.
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time. But as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. Like for Louisville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Louisville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And you know, we've discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, block out white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing. So we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being
Also meint, dass das, was sie zeigen, jetzt nicht alles 4.0 ist, sondern 4.x teilweise auch.
And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and
Ist so eine Granatlauncher free für alles oder die anderen Sachen, was
pick up any one of the pledge packages.
Für immer oder was?
And that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game.
Aber die anderen Sachen, was er gesagt hat, Granatlauncher und dann hat er noch andere Sachen gesagt.
Parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks
down in San Diego. Also dann Suit oder
the JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten.
Eine pinkfarbene.
Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus.
Das Gesicht sagt alles.
Oh mein Gott.
We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my Star Kitten Dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell
weiß nicht, wie er lustig sein soll.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to make the audio guy, I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. when I backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Jetzt könnte es interessant werden.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with
War's die ganze Zeit nicht
Lyman
interessant?
here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way
Chat wird bombardiert.
surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones. Everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start
Alles
with the
braucht
smaller
das Resource
vehicles, and
Management,
it
okay?
will, the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads, and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job, trying to move the ship out of harm's way, The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay.
So, mein Stream hängt.
And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might cover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. They will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experience
Gravity ein- und ausschalten wird interessant.
in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of
Wäre cool, wenn man auch die Stärke noch verändern könnte. Also wie stark die Gravitation ist.
So we're doing a lot of
Ich sehe schon wieder, sobald man es abstellt, backen alle aus dem Schiff raus.
Das wird sehr interessant für Piraten-Gameplay.
Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship. We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Wieso Tränen? Wo siehst du Tränen?
So kann man auch NPCs ausschalten.
Oder jemand einsperren und töten.
Oder so, ja.
Oh,
Ach, so geht's auch.
Ist ja böse.
Naja, das ist halt
Aber
Gameplay dann nachher.
als ob die sofort umkippen, ey.
Fire expulsion.
Ja, Feuer ist klar.
Ja klar, wenn man jetzt die Luft rausnimmt, dann müsste das Feuer ausgehen.
Jo.
Ah, shit. Habe ich gerade irgendwie Lags in dem Stream hier?
Es ist beim Hauptstream auch so.
Ich habe
Nee,
auch
ist
Lags gerade.
Steuerung F.
Ich kann mir
jetzt...
F5.
Ja, alle schreiben Fire ist Stream on Fire.
Aber ich glaube, da kann Starcitizen nichts dafür. Ich denke mal, das ist Twitch oder so.
Mensch, läuft ja wieder.
Also das ist der Hauptstream, der auch kaputt ist bei euch. Bei euch tut's auch nicht. Ne?
Jupp.
Ja.
F5.
Oh, weg sind sie. Ja. Eine Citizencon ohne irgendwelche Fehler ist ja... Oh, da kommt's wieder.
Oh, bei mir läuft gerade VR-Werbung.
Making new players suffocate.
Bei mir steht Netzwerkfehler.
Ja, bei mir tut's wieder.
Läuft wieder.
Geht gar nichts. Jetzt geht's wieder.
Achso, wenn zu viele Leute, die
Venting
verbrauchen
and filling
den
rooms
Sauerstoff
with
zum
atmosphere.
Beispiel.
Ja.
Ach, da ging es jetzt sogar hoch, das Sauerstoffgehalt beim Aufmachen, ne?
Ja, mal ganz ehrlich.
Luftaustausch.
Ja.
Braucht man sowas wirklich?
Das haben sie ja schon lange mal gesagt, dass es reinkommt. Dass wenn man einen Raum aufmacht, das...
Aber das Interface können sie noch ein bisschen schöner machen.
Ja, das ist ja alles noch
ja,
Making players
Test-Interface.
Ja, wenn man einfach eine Türe aufmacht, dann geht Luft raus.
Es sei denn, da ist ein Schild vor. Vielleicht gibt es das an einigen Schiffen.
Gravity on, das... Gravity low, okay, man kann sie doch ein bisschen kleiner. Mal gucken, ob sie es noch ein bisschen dynamischer machen.
Da könnte man auch so richtig geile Events oder hier in einem anderen Game-Modus dann so machen, dass man dann so einen Punkt hat, wo man dann die Gravitation geringer machen kann oder ausschalten kann.
Es kann auch sein, dass sie dann Schiffe anders kreieren können, dass man einfach manche Sachen nur erreichen kann, wenn man Gravitation ausgeschaltet hat zum Beispiel.
Ja, aber dann sollten sie auch so an den Schiffen, auch vor allen Dingen an den Kriegsschiffen, jetzt wie zum Beispiel in dem Schiff, sollten sie auch Händel hinmachen, dass wenn die Gravitation ausfällt, dass
Warte mal,
man sich
jetzt
da
zeigst du
irgendwie...
gerade, wenn es angegriffen wird und...
Es ist halt wichtig fürs Piraten-Gameplay.
Ja, auch bei größeren Schiffen.
Boah, ist das krass verzögert bei mir.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not
Ja, wenn
want
so
to
ein
rush
Ding
it. We
ausfällt,
wanna
dann
just
fällt
get
auch
it
Schild
right
an
and
der
get it
Stelle
right
zum
from the
Beispiel
beginning.
aus.
So let's
So
talk
läuft.
about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering
presets
UI
machen,
with
okay.
at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches. We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system. And this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress and have a nice CitizenCon.
Ja, neue Schiffskonzepte kommen das. Schreibt er gerade.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system. And joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys,
Mikro aber nicht mitnehmen.
This has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing. But
but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. It's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Alle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally Some ships were built a
Hättest du
long
irgendwas
time ago.
Interessantes gesagt?
Ones in recent times were built
Nein.
with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships because things will go wrong. And if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations. I mean, you should still do that. I'm not changing
Muss ich in den
my
Hauptchat reinschreiben.
This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah.
Daher kommt's ja.
All right, so we ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship, our annual celebration of vehicles new coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable things, something in the middle. That's going to star John Crew.
Zickt.
And Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Fitsche schuld.
Jetzt mal gucken, ihr wollt die neuen Schiffe wollt.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, vehicle art director, and Paul Jones, concept art director. And this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level.
Schnittig.
Does a wide variety of tasks.
Sieht aus wie die Hercules. Sieht eigentlich aus wie die Hercules, nur flacher, gell?
Naturally, the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also
so groß wie die Freelancer ungefähr soll das
sein.
sein.
The Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo.
An was erinnert mich die Düsen am hinten? Wie so ein alter Film irgendwas.
Sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the
Bomber-Version, habe ich das richtig gesehen?
Spirit series as a whole is the
bisschen Konkurrenz auch zur Vanguard, das sind sie jetzt gar nicht erwähnt, glaube ich.
It's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area. Accessible like the other versions via the rear rail.
Aber das der Hintern sieht geil aus.
A variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped
formations down each side of the
Irgendwie
central
cool.
area. So you have a nice little
Aber
walkway down the middle,
Gravitations
and then you have the two
gedroppte Bomben
sort of
halt. Das
lines
ist
of
also nur ein
bombs
Bomber für
each side
Oberflächen.
beam, and you'll be able to see them
Planeten.
drop out of the
So wie die A,
It
wie die
delivers a different
große
role
Herkules.
to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out, and doing your bombing run, and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck.
Personentransportversion, das ist auch was Neues.
So
Aber für Luxus halt, ne, so ein Luxustransporter.
Aber ein
Also
kleiner
das
halt.
Gameplay wird auch noch spannend, wenn sie das mal irgendwann reinbringen in 5 bis 6 Jahren.
So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. And then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start
Würde ich mir jetzt nicht kaufen, aber ich finde es ganz cool. Sieht halt aus wie die Ein oder wie die
Talk about the Drake Corsair next.
Drake Corsair.
The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium, deep space vessel effectively. It's got a crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no-nonsense, no-frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back up and running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. You know, it's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. You know, this isn't done purely for style. You know, being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most
Die
of the
C1 ist schon
exterior
zum
has had,
Verkauf.
you know, the
Ist schon
majority of
frei.
its
Alles sind schon
core
verkauft.
art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do.
A1,
We've still got
C1,
kind of like
E1.
final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really excited.
Was für ein
to
Bereich, wo sind die Plättstore?
Bei 120 Euro.
187 Euro die A1.
The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in the pilot
120 Euro die C1.
kind of classic kind of Drake style.
Und 130 Euro die E1.
Das sind einfach nur Transporter oder was?
Transition from the
Das
main
ist so
cockpit area into that
Freelancer-mäßig.
kind of co-pilot
So mit verschiedenen
kind of section.
Ausrichtungen.
It's you know, you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that are stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical
Und was
to
ist
the
der
rest of the
Loader?
quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its
Die Information, was man dafür kriegt, weil es ja noch ein Konzept ist.
There's a I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From
Was
here,
kriegst
you can either progress backwards straight into habitation.
Weiß ich nicht, das
or
suche ich
to
gerade.
either
Ich weiß
side,
nicht, wo die
you've got the
Information
turret
steht, was
access.
man als
So it's
Loaderschiff
right really at
bekommt.
the kind of like the
Achso,
neck
ich
of the
glaube,
ship,
das ist vielleicht
effectively.
nur
The side
Garmin.
turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective, especially forward firing, which, again, the Corsair
Nicht
has
ganz so effektiv
so
wie
many
bei
guns
der
pointing
Hammerhead,
forwards,
aber
extra two
das
turrets
zeitliche
is
Turm.
very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got you've got
Die
the
Greta
remaining
Traktor
3
Beam.
crew quarters. that
48
being
SCU
Drake,
hat
they
das
are
Ding.
no frills,
Und
you've got
ein
a bed,
Traktorbeam?
you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it.
Ja.
The main habitation area though is
Hat
if
eine andere
anything,
DE, glaube ich.
quite luxurious for a Drake ship.
Aber
in
jetzt
that there's
sind wir ja
a
bei der
decent sized space.
Corsair.
You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if
Gravity-Generator
the habitation area
eingeplant.
is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it
That's
to
cool.
cram components in. And off one of those, you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of, before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the
Was?
roof of the
Altmodische
ship.
Hebel.
So if you do want to go
ja,
on a,
richtig
quick
geil.
spacewalk, or you need to go and
Nee,
prepare something
oder?
on the exterior, then you've got kind of
das
easy
ist so
access
cool.
straight up the lift and out you go.
Da bin ich immer ein bisschen, ich finde es gar nicht, es sieht erst cool aus, aber irgendwie finde ich es dann ein bisschen albern.
Or similar sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship
Docking-Collar sieht so anders
found
aus.
a Drake.
Warum so
It certainly
riesig?
ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie. and you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Grey Cat STV. Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is
Jetzt
the Grey
kommt die
Cat
Carrera-Rennbahn.
terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
Das können wir fast heutzutage verkaufen.
Is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so you can easily let water through. The seats are easily removable, so you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly your ships directly to where the mission is, it allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You've still got space to load up with weapons,
Mal eben
load
so
up
Drogen
with
hinten ins Gepäck gepackt.
whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant
Motorhaube kann man sogar
non-racing
ausmachen.
vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast. And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
Was glaubst ihr?
Ich habe es jetzt nicht ganz verstanden. Sollen wir
So
wählen,
the
was von
Crusader
welcher
Spirit
Marke oder
is
wie?
available now as a concept promotion on the robertspaceindustriescom website. The STV is
Und
coming
die wollen einen machen zwischen der Orion und der Ding, oder wie?
coming
Habe ich das
to
richtig verstanden?
the universe at the end of the
Orion und der Maul,
broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comm link on the robertspaceindustriescom website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John.
Das machen wir doch mal eben.
Recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the
Wenn die
ground
Webseite nicht
vehicles,
komplett down wäre.
and obviously, you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Evocati, which
Die C1 kriegst du für 120 €.
317.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds. Like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road.
Ach so, Twitch.
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We wanted to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people will get to see it in 318. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Crusade, the Spirit.
Die werden das kaufen wie verrückt.
Yes.
Like
Welches?
When you say
Die ganze C-Reihe.
this is a small taste of what
Also diese ganze Spirit-Reihe,
Starliner.
Das geht jetzt so dermaßen nach oben, könnte man echt wetten, jeder kauft die.
Out.
Wieso meinst du, weil sie so eine Freelancer-Konkurrenz haben?
Ja,
When you say little taste, what does that
schaut
mean?
doch viel geiler aus wie
I'm
die
asking for me,
Freelancer, tut mir
not
leid.
for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
Schaut viel besser aus wie die
Obviously,
Freelancer.
the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do it.
Immer sollen sie kaufen. Nur gut fürs CRG.
Ja, ja. Kauft alle Schiffe, kauft.
Kaufen.
Ich nicht, aber ihr könnt es alle kaufen.
Ich kaufe es ja auch nicht.
Ich schaue es mir nur an.
Ich kann es sicher in einem Evocati oder P2-Patch mal fliegen.
Ask Tony.
Wenn sie kommen.
Check nochmal einen Poll.
That sort of feel, that luxury transport.
Die meisten haben RSI gewählt.
Ein Poll kann ich nicht so einfach machen.
Every man and the donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept.
Warte, sonst kann ich vielleicht.
We'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs.
Lass dich wundern, wenn das Schiff schon
and then there was that
Spiel ist dann.
vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon Shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
Beim Dashboard
The
kannst du es
Grey
machen.
Cat STV, which will be our straight to
Kannst du's
drivable
machen?
vehicle,
Na, ich hab
going
keinen Zugriff
live
drauf.
on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast.
Sonst vielleicht mit Command/Pol.
That's an exciting
Oder warte
push
mal.
in the Grey Cat
Yes.
in the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
Ja, muss
and
ja
it was
das
neat to
Moderator
see a
Dashboard.
sneak peek of
Muss
the
ja
UT
funktionieren.
Habe ich jetzt
as
noch nie
well, which I
gemacht
assume
im
is
Pol,
going to come
deswegen.
sometime later on.
Yeah, it's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV,
Was für ein
we were
Pol
like,
willst du
hey,
machen,
spend the
wegen der
time,
Firma oder wie?
Let's work out what Grey Cat
Ja.
as a manufacturer looks like and feels like, because we had the PTV. People have seen the big Spider Miner from back
Also
in the day.
ich wurde nicht
They're
mit,
two
ich will
very
den
different
meiner
things.
nicht die Entscheidung
There
wegnehmen.
wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage.
Auch du wurdest
around
nicht
that.
da, jeder soll damit wohnen.
Here's the reworked PTV.
Ja, aber ich habe jetzt überhaupt keinen Geschmack, von welcher Firma ich es haben würde.
Kannst du dein Aegis Dynamic.
Ja, man kann nur Argo oder MISC oder RSI wählen.
Achso, die drei.
Mhm.
Ja, dann werden
Die
wahrscheinlich alle drei früher oder
meisten haben
später
für
kommen.
RSI, dann Argo und dann MISC.
Beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one
Ist die
rather
Orion
large
nicht RSI?
surprise left. So we'll
Ach,
do
jetzt
the
sind sie
small
noch was
thing
Kleines
first,
und dann was
and
Großes.
then,
Okay.
Buckle up because.
Klingt interessant. Mal gucken.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's Citizen
Community habe ich jetzt wahrscheinlich was
presentation,
Kleines.
we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Surprise, da kommt der Surprise nachher.
Ja, yeah, neues Schiff.
Nee, ich hoffe was Dickeres. Das ist ein neues Schiff. Schiffe sind
Einfach
immer...
neuer Planet.
Nee, das sind sie ja vorgezeigt. Das ist von der Station.
Pyro.
Ja. Das ist so wie damals mit denen.
Reiter Außenposten.
Schaut doch mal richtig geil aus.
Schön.
Richtig heimisch.
Ehrlich? Da müssen wir klar reden.
Hä? Nö, wieso ist denn der Ding so aufgebockt da?
Ausschlachten?
Oh, Kryostasis. Das sind Kopfgeldjäger.
Die ersten Verbrecher, die da eingedingst sind.
Ja, das ist der Han Solo, der da drin ist.
Der Han Solo. Du bist da der Han Solo.
Das kennen wir noch nicht.
Oh, was ist
Nee.
das? Oh, das Mining-Plattform.
Alter, so nah an Steinen bauen.
Ne, Outlaws sieht das nicht aus, aber halt eine Mining.
Ja, doch krass, gell?
Ja. Sieht ein bisschen so aus wie damals, wo wir das erste Video hatten, wo wir so...
Schaut es nicht so nach Vulkan aus, was wir da sehen? Frage ich euch jetzt. Mit den Lichteffekten.
Nach Vulkan?
Ja. Schaut es nicht danach aus mit den Lichteffekten? Dass sie so sind? Zeigt X12?
Keine Ahnung. Also, gut, den Unterschied sehe ich jetzt ja nicht.
Lewski.
Ja,
Achso, stand da irgendwo Levski oder was?
Im Chat stand das gerade.
Aber Levski ist ja nicht im Pyro.
Genau.
Geil mit der Schärfe und der Unschärfe, wenn man dann reinschaut. Also ich sag, das ist Vulkan.
Das könnte schon Vulkan sein, na klar.
Ja, aber sieht schon irgendwie so wieder so ein bisschen verlassen aus, ne? Ein bisschen zerstört.
Das wird so eine Outlaw-Station sein.
Ja, ne?
Obwohl es nicht mal der Outlaw-Station
Aber,
sein muss.
aber guck mal, das sieht da auch unten aus, als wäre das da wieder sowas dran gebaut, so auch innen drin rangebaut.
An so einen Asteroiden, glaube ich. Ich glaube, das ist eine Bergbaustation.
Überraschung kommt jetzt.
Hat der jetzt plötzlich eine andere Sachen angezogen oder hat er das eben schon jetzt erinnert?
Der zieht sich da nicht
in Zeit schon.
Achso.
But we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway.
Also das Gezeigte war gerade alles komplett fertig. Oh, der Chef. Auf die Knie.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened
Auf
the
die
show
Knie. Klatsch, klatsch.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr.
Das Squadron 42 zeigt oder was?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
Ey, Mikrofon anmachen.
Deswegen war Brian vorhin auch so angespannt.
Jetzt aber ihr habt den Download-Link frei.
So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So
Wir haben bei denen das Mikrofon vergessen.
I've been heads down working really hard on
Deswegen leise.
Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both.
Werden Sie was zeigen
you know
oder nicht?
The struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live,
Squadron 42.
Erzählt ja, wie es war gerade.
We'd get features, and the way that CIG set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen
würd
is we
das
develop a
Überraschung
feature
machen,
and then we
komplett.
push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, you know, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, and, you know, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think, you know, fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the vehicle side and the need for speed, but you probably saw in the different modes there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some of the stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much more experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well.
Gucken, ob es 3D oder 2D oder so einen Hybrid-Modus gibt.
Ultimately, it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already showed one location.
So you guys ready to this is enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich, you were the AFT guy, now you're the whole Squadron game guy, but let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do, you're in your bed? How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, and we spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed that you're immersed in it.
You can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. The whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And
Beispiel den Exit sieht
I'm going to pick up the green ship.
Deal oder sowas.
Your little mini.
Nee, ich meine so Effekte, dass du irgendwo vorbeilaufst, aus Versehen die Taste drückst und dann plötzlich hängt schon eine Leiter dran oder so.
You just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something and we have the user interface to tell you that, yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and
dass sie da nichts zeigen, würde ich gern sehen, was sie da für Ideen haben.
The entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking
Die Frage ist nach der KI, ihr größtes Problem.
Ja gut, gerade sind sie ja beim anderen Thema. KI kommt
KI können sie nicht reinbringen, solange sie die Server-Tick-Rate nicht hochdrehen. Und wenn sie die Server-Tick-Rate hochdrehen für KI, geht alles auseinander. Das macht dumm.
And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we're calling like a charge scan. It's the same system. You're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive. That's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar scanning of the ships, as it's FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar scanning
would
do
this.
this.
Ja, aber es ist nicht so rausgehört, ob es auch so wird, wie sie es damals mal gezeigt haben. Das ist schade, dass sie da nicht zeigen.
That aspect of it to
dass man so einen Raum erkunden kann und dann das sieht im Radar.
How do you understand what you need to do? And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Shall we show some videos?
Videos haben
So I
sie
understand
jetzt.
we have 2 videos. What's the first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave. You can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of
und das ist dann mit dem Draufklicken.
But you will also have more detailed
der Ping, was du bei den Schiffen hast.
Ja, aber du siehst dann, da ist dann F drücken, und wenn du dann F drückst, dann greppst du das dann.
That's kind of a complex area. There's lots of little things you can interact
machen sie es ein bisschen wie andere Games auch.
Confidence of, oh cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just.
Es geht irgendwie wieder zurück, der alte F-Button, kennt ihr noch?
You've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure
bisschen fixer.
Ja, stimmt
but hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is
vor allen Dingen, wenn da halt keine Maus oder so hast, ne?
Genau, um das geht's.
A few other ones that you can use as default action.
Wo ist denn der eigentlich
But
drin?
the icon, if you just had a single disk with the one
Ja,
broken,
wo ist er
then that would
drin?
mean
Das
there's
war
only
jetzt
one
eine
thing you
gute
can do with
Frage.
it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a
Hat er doch am Anfang gesagt, oder?
as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions, so you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around. Oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around. and
Matthias schreibt gerade mit Gamepad ausspielbar.
Okay. And all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode.
Die Vermutung, dass es für Konsolen kommt.
The idea is I just play around. If I'm used to playing games a certain way. So
Ja, Chris ist da dahinter, der spielt gerne mit Gamepad, das hat er schon von Anfang an schon gesagt.
Ja, und ist damals schön, wo er rausgestartet ist, gleich mal irgendwo hingecrasht, oder wie war das?
Ist ja wurscht, aber er spielt gerne und er will, dass es auch mit Gamepad spielbar ist. Also sprich, dass portabel dann auch früher oder später auch für die Konsolen ist.
Für mich Xbox kann ich mir vorstellen, PlayStation wahrscheinlich nicht.
Nein, das siehst dann, wenn Xbox da ist, wird PlayStation nicht lange, das wird kein Exklusivplayer für USA, das kann ich mir nicht vorstellen.
Ja, ich glaube, Sony hat mehr Auflagen, weißt du, da ist schwieriger. Xbox ist ja immer so auch PC-nahe, deswegen. Das ist wahrscheinlich eher für Xbox.
We want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're
auch mit Eye-Tracking ist das dann ganz cool, dann kannst du dann angucken und dann vielleicht was mit dem Auge oder so machen.
Wird in VR noch besser.
Ja, mit der VR musst du es ja wirklich mit der Handkraft. Also da darfst du keinen Knopf, sondern du musst mit der Hand hin. Und das ist die Frage, ob sie das später umsetzen können.
And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, you know, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, you know, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with they're going looting, they just want it all to be store. They can do that out of the gate, so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they were, you know, they have that customizability.
Herr Matthias ist begeistert.
You know, interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Also man soll die Option haben, dass man es gleich irgendwo anders
hinpackt oder so. I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one essentially what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar and scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like
ich glaube 2 Filme in
hacking area. But you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider.
Ja, das große Tabuthema,
weißt du. Where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's.
Das ist natürlich auch wieder was Taktisches, dass du durch die Wand gucken kannst.
Track you down, but it'd be useful.
Weil dann halt dich selber halt exposed.
Around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know.
Kann man blocken.
Some enemies around the corner, and you want
ja,
to
es ist ja Lautstärke, hörst es ja dann auch, ne?
Ja, das auf jeden Fall,
ja. Having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because you know, in Squadron, you know, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism, so you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered, and you have to, you know, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun.
Also mehr verstecken.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, you know, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signature
Das ist Squadron 42
so that's
Gameplay.
What will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, you know, it's a big risk. If you want to do it,
das schaut mal doch nach Microtech aus, oder?
So if you're willing to do that, then so
nicht
do
wirklich.
it. But in a more
Ich glaube, das ist die Station, wo sie ganz früher mal gezeigt haben. Also vor einer ganzen Weile.
Radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, you know, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, you know, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, you know, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. You know, when we're playing our stealth levels, you know, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. You know, everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, you know, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on, but I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and, you know, just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of, you know, the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, you know, I can't see my feet. And it's, you know, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's, to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, oh, it's improved ladders. But again, is if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done,
jump on halfway too.
no, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, you know, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. You know, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, you know, it doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, you know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So,
yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, I mean, in Squadron we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in,
Damit Leertaste runterspringen.
which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where, you know, you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up. Look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like, in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To, you know, do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or there's a way that you can, you know, do it without seeing anyone because you've just, you know, taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still, you know, like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
the
block out. But we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you know, you're going to, you know, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
Right,
Video.
Ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Sieht cool aus.
This is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map.
Das ist doch nur ein Test.
But you can see here, as Chris said,
dass halt springen kann und sich dann heben, das kann ich glaube jetzt gerade
nicht phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get, you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, you know, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos that then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want,
will der Kampf mit der Engine wieder extrem werden.
necessarily just rely on you've only got jump. Well, you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump halfway onto a ladder.
Umdrehen und zurückspringen.
Was muss er drücken, dass er sich hebt?
Left to the right,
Yeah,
and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Okay, Jumpen ran
Nach
gibt's da noch
vorne,
mehr.
nach vorne Taste W muss er drücken.
Bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Springen von der Leiter, oder was?
Ja, vor allem an die Leiter auch ranspringen.
And we
Das
jump
war-
across to get
Ja,
on the
gar
ladder
nichts, das ist
there.
automatisch.
And again, these are all the blockout animations.
Oh, das ist animiert.
I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the
Ja, da
traversal
war doch
is while
gerade
we're
wieder ein kleines
highlighting,
Bild.
ladders and the ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So, for example, we've got action queuing coming
Das Pull
up.
und
So,
Ding muss ja auch noch kommen im Weltraum, weißt du, dass man sich abstoßen kann.
You were
Das
shooting
da
just before
gibt's
you're
ja auch noch
sprinting.
irgendwann.
You might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now, if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really, really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls
Ja,
are working for you.
sie
It's
arbeiten
doing
für
what
uns.
you want it to do.
Ja,
So
die
if
Kontrollen,
you are using
ja.
a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really, really pushing forward to make
in
better.
all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA,
Yeah,
what
it's
we
with the
call
push and
sort
pull.
of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit
Und
about
wieder
that. We have a
Video.
video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and has a lot more of
EVA system.
what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and
Muss man's
looking
dann neu
around.
kaufen,
Some
wenn
of the
sich's
tech
neu
that we've
anfühlt?
developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull.
Da wollen wir stirbt.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA-T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA-T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. You're not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled. So you're not just pushing forward.
Dass man dann wahrscheinlich den Kopf halt
you push
bewegen
forward.
und der Körper bleibt
Das ist
gerade.
das Decouple, dass das Decouple
in
in
that
EVA
direction,
kommt.
and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of counters the forces and then it allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and you know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. And, you know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
well, definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, you know, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose. You know, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, you know, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron, because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then you know it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest. And that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space in your spacesuit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not.
Also wird später mehr geben, auch ohne EVA.
In that outfit right now.
Ja, ohne Düsen.
But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, you know, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online.
Ja, und dass man vielleicht zum Beispiel, wenn man in eine demilitarisierte Zone reinfliegt, dass man aufgefordert wird, die Waffen abzustellen, also einzufahren oder sowas halt. Dass man halt nicht mit Waffen rumlaufen kann.
Ja gut, die haben es halt eher im FPS, das heißt, dass du deine Waffen ablegen musst, deine Rüstung ablegen solltest, bevor du irgendwo reinläufst.
And hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
clothes,
spacesuit,
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles.
Da müssen sie halt erstmal diese Dinger auch zum Laufen bringen, ne?
One of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you
bei einigen Schiffen sind die Dinger ja viel zu klein.
But you still will be able to move around, and we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the
EVA video.
See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of the EVA, this is what you're seeing here. Is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
The old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands.
Exactly.
Achso, der liegt da quasi drauf.
As we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. Here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of
floating
alongside.
So sieht's geil aus, aber das Krabbeln oder das Herziehen, das sieht noch ein bisschen komisch aus.
And this is actually in this orbit. And then if you did,
also es sieht nicht so aus, wie wenn er sich da heben müsste, um an der Stelle zu bleiben, sondern wie wenn er krabbeln würde. Was ein bisschen komisch aussieht. Wie wenn eine Gravitation wäre, weißt
du? This is where we have zero-G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's. I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still.
Ja, aber es ist bloß so irgendwie Effekt, dass man merkt, okay, jetzt ist die Magnet an oder so, weißt
du? But yeah, you have a lot more control. Directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Aber dass endlich mal das Decouple reinkommt beim EVA, das wird Zeit, weil es so richtig Raum-EVA wie Feeling hat, das nicht so richtig.
Aha, jetzt wissen wir, welche Station das ist.
Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing a thing, brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron, it's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the acid aerospatial. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan, but the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is do have working or partially working, is that when you go into
die Lore dahinter würde ich dann auch gerne wissen, wie sie das erklären, dass man
you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal,
dass man sich festhalten kann.
A hatch,
ja, weil das sich auch so flach feststellt, weißt du, so flachen Oberflächen und an der Scheibe und so, wo du ja nichts hast, wo du greifen kannst eigentlich.
Ja, aber du hast ja auch keine Schwerkraft, also du kannst dich ja schon da halt, also du wiegst ja quasi gar nichts.
Ja, aber wenn du hast ja eine gewisse Beschleunigung oder so, das muss dich ja da halten.
And it works in tight environments.
Wird wegtrifft, wenn du bloß die Hand drauf tust und deine Taste nicht helfen oder sowas.
It's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable.
Spider-Man.
We'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction, obviously. We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work.
Also nicht mehr unendlich Schritt.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose?
Aber brauchst du auch nicht mehr ganz so viel, weil du ja über die Kabel weit fliegen kannst, wo du jetzt Dauer drücken musst.
Now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go and you're like, oh, this feels really nice.
Yeah.
You just end up flying around the level and connecting things, and so yeah, this unlocks content.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender.
Yeah, Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some other. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here. We have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why doesn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev, it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid, and now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things
die
in
sind dann irgendwo
your,
drauf, wo
local
schweben.
inventory of your
Also
ship,
so.
or other various inventories.
Ja, es hörte sich an ausmachen, dann nehme ich ihn hoch und dann wieder anmachen, also so als würde der spezielle Container sein.
Ja, oder halt da, wo die Container drauf sind. Also wir haben ja vorher gesehen, so Art.
This container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet, put it next to
so Art
where
Ameisen.
I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something, and I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a
Aber ich glaube, das zeigen sie
container,
nachher.
bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. So I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, and or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys, the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies. So I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's play the video and you can...
We've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
It closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it.
Das ist wie bei Star Wars. Das ist jetzt Star Wars Feeling.
Get hold of it.
Yep.
Bam.
Das dachte ich mir auch, woher kann ich das?
It's not working in this demo here. It's a separate build. But we're, you know, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want, you know, we want physical
Trolleys
cargo.
mit Rädern war uns da
a really big deal in the PU that you have to
die du nirgendwo hinschieben kannst, weil sie überall hängen bleiben.
Load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says,
Die haben mich letztens übelst zum Lachen gebracht. Die wurden die ganze Zeit in ein Schiff irgendwie reingesogen und haben dich halt so mitgezogen. Das war übelst creepy.
Equipped and has the sort of hover device, then you know, like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology. So the same, you know, as a dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to remake
Die Halle kommt mir so bekannt vor wie damals bei dem ersten
whatever we do eventually.
Start aus dem Asteroiden da, ganz damals, das Tutorial.
And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over the
Auch ein
planet terrain, you
Basic
don't
für
let
Trolleys.
go, you stay stable, because it doesn't actually
Schubkarren
undulate
fahren.
Unless there's something actually physically
Im Dingchat schreiben schon viele Han Solo, das erinnert mich auch total an Star Wars.
And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it.
Super für Bounties, wo man dann empfangen kann und abgeben kann. Perfekt.
Ja.
Die Teile, die in den Cutlass oder so drin sind oder Adventures, sehen die so aus, wie wenn man sie rausnehmen könnte?
Wenn es dann umbauen. Aber genau das ist es. Ich finde das super so. Super Lösung. Um dieses Bounty Hunting mal richtig zu interpretieren. Das ist ja, eigentlich ist es schon drin, du musst es nur noch ein bisschen umbauen.
Bis jetzt musst du ja die Leichen hochschleppen, theoretisch, und hast keine Mission.
Ja, du kannst sie schleppen, du kannst sie Traktorbeam bearbeiten.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our
Du
flight
kannst sie auf eine
experience
Bahre.
segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42.
Dafür ziehst du es ja
And
hinterher.
anything you want to share with us on that?
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think what Chris and I have talked
Ist ja
about,
auch
is the difficulty of
eine
developing a game
Immersion.
over a period of time when it's
Oder
a
hast
live
du schon
product,
mal einen auf
is
den
that
Rücken
you're
getragen?
developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our 2.0, you know, this is MFDs. And you're, okay, now we want to do the flight HUD.
Ja, über die Schulter.
The flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And
Warte mal,
what
jetzt kommen
happens
sie
is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases.
Right.
So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and you know, I need to know my ammo and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up okay, I want this display to be this, or this display to this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, clean approach.
Bildschirme so machen kann,
we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of,
wir setzen sich ja zum Beispiel bei der Iron hat man nur 2 MFDs und kein richtiges Helm.
I think a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around, besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff. It's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat, because in combat right now, you're either, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in there,
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. And some players.
It was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
we have quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. There's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar.
Also ich nutze sie nicht, weil sie nie funktionieren.
MFDs, you should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything and only reliance on marking things that are important to you or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
Also erzählt er gerade, dass wir andere Schiffe nicht mehr sehen, nur die Schiffe, die wir getaggt haben. Das könnte aber auch gefährlich werden.
Ich glaube, er sagt eher, dass man es individualisieren kann, glaube ich. Dass man nicht alles, jeden Scheiß angezeigt kriegt, wenn man es nicht will. So.
Ja, weil halt die Schiffe nicht zu sehen ist halt schon krass halt so. Ja, wenn du im Fight oder so bist und andere Schiffe nicht siehst, dann überfährst du die halt.
Ich sag mal so, dass man es aus Radar benutzt, wo Ziele sind, dass du die marken kannst. Also ich glaube sowas. Aber dass du nicht alles gleich angezeigt kriegst und einen Overload hast von Informationen.
Mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that the star map, well the star map's really star map and radar because you can zoom in and zoom out and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map, and we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in, and if you're looking at radar, you can mouse over contacts and you get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things, we've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the
LPCs und so,
where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your
What the fuck war das?
Click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. And so, I mean, I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that, you know, we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your, you know, patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, you know, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, you know, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, you know, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, you know, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, you know, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there, I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like, the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point
there.
of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, you know, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum, the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed.
Exploration wird damit möglich, genau.
Probably about 10th the speed of full quantum travel. Sort of, you know, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly and, you know, also appreciate the environment you're going through and, you know, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had. So you could be in, you know, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. This group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think, you know, the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of, you know, regular, you know, non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, you know, works for, you know, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to, you know, fast run over to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, it makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now, is when you're in space, it's sort of like, you know, most of it is
it's point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or, you know, some asteroids here around the planet. But we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
That is the old HUD. That's too busy.
Right, that's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. There's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum
das
boost.
ist neu.
But again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on.
Und du musst das dann stabilisieren. Okay.
Mechanism, because you're just gonna have to stay in the zone to keep and boost, otherwise you'll fall out of
Ja,
boost.
wenn du dann halt
But we've gone over to
die Dinger rauskriegst, dann fällst du aus dem links
what
raus.
it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over, and it's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI.
Das Neue hat was schon wieder Altes.
So what you have in
Das ist schon wieder verworfen.
the generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, a lot of programmer art, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah, and so for people that want to go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on until morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship-related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini-map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates, when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi glass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, Or you may be able to find a terminal that has
also
the map
Landezonen
on
ist
there
es
that you
schon
can download,
in
and
deinem
then you
Mobiglas
have it
drin
to
oder
you.
im
So
Radar.
it really
Also bei
allows
Städten
us,
zum
again,
Beispiel, bei bekannten
Starcitizen,
Positionen,
one
bei
of its
Public
strengths is that
Positionen
it's
und bei Sachen,
scale,
wo du das halt noch
but
nicht kennst.
that's a
Also
challenge for us as developers.
Erklärst du es erst
irgendwelche.
auf
to players
sozusagen,
and for
so,
them to
da
be able to
Genau,
erkundest
dann
du es.
deckst es erst auf,
navigate
erkundest
where
es.
they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do?
Gleich halt auch noch so
So, you know, how do you
Outposts
play
oder
the game
sowas,
is
die
about
halt public sind,
making the barrier to entry,
was wir jetzt
the
halt schon auf der
controls
Map haben, das
smooth
sieht man
and
dann aber sowas wie
intuitive,
zum
what you
Beispiel
understand,
die Wracks,
you
die
know,
kannst du
and
halt
then
noch
it's
nicht
like,
sehen, aber
where
dann,
do I
wenn du
need
dann
to
da
go?
hinkommst, dann
Okay, well,
mappst
this
du das
allows
dann
you, you
quasi.
have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, you know, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, you know, if somebody says to me tomorrow, oh, you know, come round to my house or go here, just give them my postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You know, you need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And you know, so we've long wanted this. I mean, it's very critical for Squadron, but it's also, you know, I think important for the PU. And you know, the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and you know, the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like, you know, we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, you know, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but you know, since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just, you know, grey
really
boxes.
good.
But you know, that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here, which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render in the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of, you know, reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships. So we don't
so ähnlich
have
haben
to
wir schon
build
mal
this
gesehen.
custom,
Das
but
ist
it's a way of
Weile her,
applying
aber
certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine,
cool.
using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map.
Da hat man dann auch so ein
Any
besseres
special-
Verständnis vom
this
Schiff und
doesn't
so, ne?
have any
Das ist die
specific
Idris jetzt
custom,
gerade,
like
wo sie
UI
zeigen.
art for it, other than
Ja.
some of the like level things that say, you know, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages.
Ah, stimmt, das ist die eine Seite, was wir damals
the
bei
environment's already,
dem
already in a good state to show.
Ding gesehen haben.
Was ich mich jetzt frage, ist, ob man dann auch andere Schiffe im Hangar sehen kann.
Normal schon.
Ob sie das wirklich so gebaut haben?
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom minimaps. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So you know, if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we want to come up with a solution that we can use, you know, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this minimap is not just oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the minimap, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power? Can I
Habt ihr bei der Maus so ein Rauschen drin?
Ja, das ist auch schon die ganze Zeit so.
Ja, immer wenn der redet, gell?
I'm trying to do a medical mission. I've got a marker.
Aber, dass man dann auch Informationen hat, ob welche Tür offen ist und blablabla, das könnte dann auch wieder, ne, wenn dann Piraten reinkommt, dann ist das natürlich wieder für die schwieriger.
His body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out, because I can see it's
Es wird automatisch generiert, habe ich das jetzt richtig
Ja,
verstanden?
automatisch, 100% automatisch alles.
Ja, vom Radar halt.
Saboteurs or intruders, but then using like the relay network and whatever, those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from the
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out, we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this
100%.
year because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the last systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can, they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you, whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting, because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to sees you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Starcitizen is a game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, right? Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that, A, you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I would say, throwing away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3. And V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. We've
redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the
more
same.
Mess hall? More mess hall?
Yeah. Mess hall, the mess hall will never end.
Right.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits, and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got those poor Atmo esports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I
come
suggest,
back,
I think
Casey.
we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the
because
combat.
the other things outside of, you just talked about combat, there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. they radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here, or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff, but really the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar people, basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetails attacked someone in Ryerson, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's essentially. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating
Kann man eigentlich die Bewegung, was der NPC gerade macht, als Spieler machen? Ich weiß es gar nicht.
So, and they're both kind of working together, so their logic is they need to clear these
Du kannst mit Q und E shiften, ich weiß nicht, ob es so von außen so aussieht.
Die Bewegung kannst du machen, aber so von oben irgendwie so nach unten mit der Waffe zeigen, weißt? So über die Deckung weg.
Together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
Yeah, he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space, because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we've added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. Yeah. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
no, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But
like
we'll have audio and visual
exactly.
representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have, obviously, the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll
roll the clip.
Die NPC merken sich auch, wenn sie was gesehen haben.
So here's in Asiado, the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social.
Aber Alien ist ja noch mal ein bisschen, glaube ich, anders. Die haben ja noch mal eine AI-technisch was drin, die lernt ja mit zu irgendwie.
So here he's checking a
auch,
usable,
dass
which we set up, where he's just kind of like looking and checking.
Ja, aber das ist viel simpler, glaube ich.
Nothing there, and again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI.
Wo sind die drin?
that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is, if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot, just because we want to show you the behaviours themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder, because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier.
So was macht natürlich auch das eine Event besser, was war.
Like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time.
Bunkermission.
Ja.
Ich meine das große Event, Siege of Horizon zum Beispiel.
So the fun is making him feel like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people, maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you might get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can.
Gibt doch irgendwie ein Skill-Level für Muskulatur und so.
I can do 120, now I can do 140, now I can do 160.
Das dachte ich ja nicht, dass
I
sie
can do
reinmachen.
180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea. Is
Das ist halt die Frage, wie man das sehen kann, ne?
during the gameplay.
Na gut, wenn es wirklich so ist, dass du nur, weißt, wenn du es dann eine Weile nicht machst, dass du es wieder verlernen kannst oder deine Muskeln wieder schwächer werden zum Beispiel.
Do some squats.
Mhm.
Wenn es so realistisch halt ist, okay.
Strength up and again, that's part of like making the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to, aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to
Vielleicht kann man dann auch Sachen oder so schneller hacken oder sowas.
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor, and
Nee, schneller hacken nicht, das geht ja nur physikalische
Attribute. Skilling up your
Für Hacken gibt es dann
ja,
Software.
physikalisch halt Intelligenz halt oder sowas halt, ne?
Nee, das geht nicht.
Da
brauchst du dann besseres Werkzeug dazu. Das ist dann skillbasierend, wie du das programmierst.
You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways.
Im Moment geht es ja nur die physikalischen Sachen. Also
so we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the Starcitizen, but a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to getting all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill.
Ich weiß gar nicht, was ich so ganz von halte. Ich wusste, dass NPC lernen sie können, aber das bei Spielern so Unterschiede.
Ja, andere Animationen, das ist schon nett.
Oh
ja,
ist
schon irgendwie ein bisschen, ja.
This is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone and then do it a bit more and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain. And that's kind of, like you said, the
Rollen machen oder sowas.
The skills and techniques that we want to introduce because, again, it's this is going to be a really huge, deep world and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So if that guy's going to black out, I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do, and that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them. Like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. Yeah. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area in Microtech.
Well, we went all the info, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is
ja, ich bin auch ziemlich gemischte Gefühle darüber gerade. Irgendwie schon cool, wenn man so Körper trainieren kann im Game, aber macht in gewissen Bereichen das Skill weg. Oder geringfügige
But that will be essentially one of the apps in the Moby Glass, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as
Warum
some of the
redest
stuff
du
in the
eigentlich Englisch hier
squadron,
drin, Hesi?
is, there's a complete redo of the Moby glass, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Moby glass, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
Moby OS.
system, yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel.
The ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically. Obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So
Obwohl, dass man irgendwie durch gewisse Anzüge die G-Kräfte verändern konnte, hätten sie mal gesagt, aber jetzt nicht, dass man den Körper trainieren kann.
Also, ich glaube, es ist dadurch, dass du etwas machst, dass du dadurch dann besser wirst. Eher so, also nicht, dass du in den Gym gehst und dann besser wirst.
Ja, das hat ja Al Gray geschrieben, dass man, wenn man die G-Kräfte besser aushält, wenn man trainieren kann, als seinen eigenen Körper. Man kann mit gewissen Ausrüstungsgegenständen, das finde ich okay, aber nicht weil man Körper irgendwie killt, sozusagen. Also das war eigentlich immer so ein bisschen eigentlich eher ausgeschlossen bei Star Citizen, dass man seinen Körperskill, also seine Attribute skillen kann, sondern nur, dass du es mit Ausrüstung oder so machst.
Macht aber das Sterben auch wieder nochmal kritischer.
Habe ich zwar gar nicht zugehört, was zeigen sie denn jetzt?
Right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
Alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general chit chat from the AI, which again, it's kind of just making it believe that you're in this, believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just it's a lot cleaner, and the information, it's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Moby, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts, so the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone, but there was an alert down on our
Ich finde es ein bisschen zu einfarbig.
So that's the system. It's a
framework. Aber ein bisschen aufgeräumt und man sieht besser, was neu ist. Das finde ich ganz gut.
Ja, sie reden aber immer noch über Squadron 42, ne? Also es muss nicht in Star Citizen unbedingt reinkommen.
Ja, aber normal kommt es dann auch in Star Citizen so Sachen.
In everyday life, everybody pretty much interfaces.
Ich meine jetzt auf das Sportsystem bezogen.
Achso, ja, nee, das kommt, doch, das sind sie schon, glaube ich, schätzt, dass beides kommt, sowas.
Everybody does it.
Und in Squadron 42 ist eher, wahrscheinlich eher nicht so relevant, weil du ja...
Ja, das haben sie auch gesagt, also Squadron 42 eher nicht, aber eher PU haben sie, glaube ich, gesagt.
Really, the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Moby is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, and you want to have the information on your Moby, like, okay, tell me what am I about to, is my environment outside, is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You know, you look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like,
Ja, aber
okay,
so
this is your
eine
heart
Apple Watch
rate, and this is
in
your
Star Citizen
oxygen.
wäre auch schon
You
geil,
need
ne?
to have that information at your fingertips.
Das ist ja das
so you can go,
Mobilglas
okay,
eigentlich.
I can now
Ja, aber dann
plan
halt,
for
wo
what
du
I'm
halt
about
nur
to
so
do.
drauf
And
guckst
coming
und dann
back to
sind
what
die
Chris
Informationen
said
schon da.
earlier in terms of, you know, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you know, you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and you know, inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you put it, or start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. You know, we're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, you know, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how you know, other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because, you know, as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the, you know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in with that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Wohl interessante Sachen dabei waren.
Well, I mean,
die Map ist halt interessant gewesen.
It's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well, and it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that
kam noch ein Part
feedback, especially on the PU side that we see.
Ja, müssten noch 2 sogar sein. Da ist noch ein Rennen dabei, und es geht das Community Hub.
And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side.
Welcher Part war denn der letzte?
Der
letzte ist das Rennen.
Talking Ships ist schon der letzte, oder?
This time, but you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building.
War schon die Liste, was dran ist, weil ich bin da drauf, und da ist, glaub,
ich bin bei was ist das, GameStar?
Also GameStar, okay, weil ich bin auf der Hauptseite.
Nee, denn ist deins das Richtige, das ist ja das Offizielle.
Aber da ist Talking Ships letzte, war das nicht schon?
Das war schon, ja. Da haben sie die neuen Schiffe vorgestellt.
and walking outside.
Dann kommt, glaube ich, nichts mehr nach dem, oder?
Onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees.
Vielleicht haben sie es auch vorher mit reingeworfen, um ein bisschen aufzulockern.
Over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels
Aber wie kannst du da aufpassen und gleichzeitig ständig irgendwelche Kommentare rausziehen?
Traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using. And
ja, ich verstehe ja nicht wirklich, was sie sagen. Das ist das Problem. Also habe ich ein bisschen was anderes zu tun.
Gerade komme ich gerade auch nicht mehr mit, was sie reden.
Being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity.
Naja, ein bisschen Beef ist jetzt gerade im offiziellen CS-Chat.
Ja, schreiben halt, macht ein Spiel und nicht zwei Spiele und bla bla bla.
Und kostet halt eine halbe Milliarde und mehr. Und,
ja, dann also die in das Star Citizen Projekt, glaube ich, ganz verstanden.
Nein, immer noch nicht, nach 10 Jahren.
Something I'm always eternally grateful for. And, it's the best job.
Das Thema vor, dass man den Körper stärken kann. Das ist mal ein bisschen neu gewesen jetzt.
Oh, Chris sagt gerade was zum Frustrating.
What kind of idiot did this, or which, doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more
Heute hat es einen ganz anderen Scope wie damals vor 10 Jahren.
Tier, Freelancer Online, and a next generation Wing Commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks
to es einen Squadron 42 League? Weil irgendjemand schreibt da irgendwie was über Squadron 42 Leagues.
Like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard.
Die Gerüchteküche ist ja schon immer da gewesen.
Quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard. And it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years has become more stable, it's become more performant, there's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe, and we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here.
Kann sich nicht kurz fassen, ne?
It's a good time to be making games.
It is.
Mein Kopf hat schon eine Weile abgeschalten.
I think video games, strangely.
Und dann kommt mal eine gute Information, die ich irgendwie gerade verpasst habe.
It's hard work because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative.
Hat die
And
Wahltasse.
there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly
Ja, vom Space Wall.
a documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed.
Aber den Raum, wo sie drin sind, echt, den wollten da viele.
Rich, you want to start us off?
Auf jeden
So the
Fall.
only one thing I would say is that even
Du hast ja
though we
letztes Mal
are
auch das Video
focused on
gepostet mit dem
Squadron
Japaner,
42,
Koreaner.
we still
Sah auch
read
geil
all the
aus.
feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit.
Aber du
So
brauchst
a
halt
lot
einen
of
Raum
that
dafür.
feedback
Wenn du eine
that's
Frau
been
hast, ich
come
glaube,
to the
die
game over the years, you know,
will
we've
das dann
taken that on board.
Oder sie zockt
We're
mit.
starting to execute
Ah, du
on
musst
that
auch Kohle haben,
with
das
some of the
kostet ja auch alles.
systems that are not as
Also du bist ein
forefront
guter
in people's
Handwerker,
minds,
dann
such
kannst
as
du
like the
vieles, glaub
interaction system,
Ja,
how you
das stimmt.
interface with the game and
Aber alles halt
controls
auch
and the
nicht.
action queuing and
Also
traversing.
ich
Ja,
wüsste,
allein schon der Tischspitze, die kostet ja schon 500 Euro oder so.
also ich müsste selber, ich müsste es machen lassen, ich hätte so viel Geld dafür, glaube ich.
The biggest thing is that
Kein
we
guter
start to put
Handwerker.
that game together and we can
Und ich
sit
brauche
down
erstmal
and play it. And while
bräuchte ein großes
Starcitizen,
Haus
there
dafür
already is a
in
game
meiner Wohnung.
there. This is about, making what's
Weil
there.
Zimmer
Ach, ruf
wohnen
Herr
reicht.
Matthias an, der macht dir das alles
Making
fertig.
sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with.
Ist der so ein
that we're
Handwerker?
Smoothing them
Na
over
klar.
and removing the
Arbeitet
friction.
doch bei der Bahn.
And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance
Bei
it.
der österreichischen,
ja.
gell, das ist was
I think
Besseres
it's,
auf jeden Fall.
Du, das ist noch
Ja,
richtig
ja,
Handarbeit bei
Handwerker.
dem.
really exciting times. Like as Chris said, there's lots of things in the
Der
plan.
locht nicht nur
I
Karten.
think some of the things that come online will be
Ah, sei froh,
real
dass er gerade nicht
game
antwortet, hä?
changers,
Ja,
not
deswegen.
necessarily what you do,
Das
because
kann ich
that's
auch
going
grad nicht
to
noch
be
hören.
driven by the content and the
Was
features
wurde
and shit,
gesagt?
but how
Ihr hättet gelässt
how
schon
you
über die
interface
österreichische
with the
Bahn.
game. I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And
Mit
I
Wir
think
Mitarbeiter.
locken
that
keine
will-
Karten mehr, das sind die
I think
Italiener.
if you're a developer, it's something that's really
alles
important because you've
digital.
got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the PU.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Mobi-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a
Das
more
hat der
in-depth
gerade alles
discussion of how that'll
gelesen.
work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay. But
Chris lacht.
everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It's
Ja, das Kills war wirklich
it'll be
eine
fine.
Überraschung. Das,
So yeah, so
aber ich
thank
weiß nicht, ob
you,
es so positiv
Chris,
war.
thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect
Falls jedes Mal
you.
resettet wird, dann nicht.
We are just about to wrap up our entire Citizen Day here. But before we
es
do,
ist
I
ja
want
schon
to
irgendwie
bring back the
real-
video that we opened today's show
Es ist
with,
ja schon
with a bunch
realistisch,
of
wenn
our
du trainieren
developers
kannst,
and
also wenn es
staff
jetzt so
at
wie
our
bei,
5 studios around the
bei
world,
anderen
talking
Rollenspielen ist,
about their
aber,
favorite things of the Starcitizen community. So we'd like to
wenn
play
es
that
halt
for you one more time,
wirklich
and when we come back,
kampfentscheidend
we'll,
später
put
wird,
this
dann
whole
wird
baby to bed.
es ja schwierig, was Grey vorher gemeint hat.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue
Alter,
to
die alle nur
support us.
scheiß
The only thing
Mikrofone.
that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever
Das
worked on.
Problem ist, dass es, glaube ich,
The
über
thing I
Skype oder
really
so
like
geht.
the most about the community
Yeah.
is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the Citizencon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive.
Neues Wurmloch haben
And
wir
the
jetzt gerade
cheers I
nicht
got
gesehen.
when
Das
we were
alte
flying
hier.
through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Von der alten.
Their effort they put into, like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans I get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
the new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite
thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making
Aber
process
krass, wie viele Büros da einfach zu sehen sind.
What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development.
Ja, 800,
We're not
700.
making the game alone. We're making it for the community.
They really do make all
Viel
this
Homeoffice.
possible. I'm living the dream.
Ich finde auch am
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Turbulent? Die aus Kanada?
Ja, die eine extra Firma halt, aber ich weiß jetzt nicht, wo die sitzt.
No, in Canada, Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat.
Die beste Community, die man haben kann.
By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and
Bin ich jetzt auch nicht
an
so
image
drin,
type
aber
of
ich glaube, es gibt schon Leute,
Inside
die
of
das
them, you'll
interessieren.
be
Es
able to
wäre ja nicht so viel
obviously
Material
put a
drin.
title and description in there, but also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. and I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as
Turbulenz sind die Star Map machen.
Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub,
Jetzt stacheln sie nochmal schön die Community auf und dann hauen sie die neuen Schiffe rein zum Kaufen.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now.
Yeah.
Or now.
Matthias, du sollst nicht mal alles verraten.
I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning.
Oh, guckt auf die
One
Uhr.
last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me, every step you can follow. Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's going to change the way we play the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, oh, shoot. Hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
What do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
You can do like 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's Citizencon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working
Ja,
on
das hätte sich der Liebex auch nicht gedacht, dass er in 10 Jahren immer noch hier steht.
Hopefully we're going to go to Vegetation this coming week, right, Aaron? We think maybe.
Obwohl sie haben.
Right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much.
20 Jahren auch noch da.
He's our director on Star Citizen Live.
Was halt jetzt noch in der Entwicklung sind.
Genau.
Star Citizen 10.0 dann.
Oh Mann.
And of course we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Star Citizen.
10 Jahre. Auf die nächsten 10. Was soll's.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. See you next year.
Oh Mann, aber ich glaube, wir brauchen keine 10 Jahre mehr, um nochmal eine halbe Milliarde raufzupacken. Das geht schneller.
Nee, das geht schneller, ja.
Das glaube ich auch, ja.
So, was machen wir jetzt?
Ja, also.
Auswertung.
Ganz kurze Auswertung und dann würde ich Pause, auf jeden Fall.
Habt ihr schon dieses Pick a Chip Challenge gemacht?
Ach so, hier, wo man das Schiff aussuchen muss.
Ja, seht ihr die Ergebnisse?
Warte mal, das ist,
gucken.
Ich habe nichts ausgewählt, warte mal. Weil ich mich
da. Ja, aber was macht denn am meisten Sinn oder was? Jetzt, das ist das nächste Mining-Ship, das soll größer sein als eine Mole, aber kleiner als eine.
Meinst du das hier, gell, Matthias, was ich jetzt gerade habe? Argo Astronautics von MISC oder Robot Space Industry? Das Mining-Ship.
Man müsste einen Hersteller nehmen, der noch kein Mining-Schiff rausgebracht hat.
Ja, aber sie sind jetzt gerade die genommen, die eins haben und halt eine Variante. Wir haben ja die vom Argo, welches Argo?
Die Mule.
Die Mule. Von der MISC haben wir die Prospector und von der RSI haben wir die Orion, die noch nicht draußen ist.
Ja, wir haben eigentlich von jedem Hersteller ein Mining-Schiff.
Ach, lol. Die haben jetzt diese E-Sport-Serie geradet.
Okay.
Jetzt gleich in 6 Minuten oder so.
Ach ja, die machen jetzt ja ein Rennen, stimmt ja, mit dem neuen Fahrzeug.
Genau.
Mit dem neuen Fahrzeug schon, das haben sie sich schnell alle gekauft, oder wie?
Ja, keine Ahnung.
Ist es so im Spiel?
Nein, da
oder
stand
was?
so drin.
Ist es schon im Spiel oder was?
Faust die sich jetzt gerade eben.
Ja, wahrscheinlich schon. Oder?
Das Faust Community.
Habt ihr mal einen Link, wo wir mal rüber können mit Jack?
Ich kann eben einen Link reinschicken.
Ja, bitte.
Aber ja,
Jack.
ich gehe, also ja, ich habe hier E-Sport, das ist das hier. Aber ja, einfach nur auf der Star Citizen, genau. Right. Aber ich wollte ja hier.
Du wolltest da voten mit mir zusammen.
Ja, was?
Macht Sinn. Argo gibt's die Mole.
Was wird als. Also, ich wäre jetzt vielleicht sogar für RSI, dass es so ein bisschen. Wollt ihr eher ein bisschen kleinere Orion? Also, dass es so ein bisschen aussieht wie die Orion, bloß kleiner? Bisschen?
Ja, ich glaube, war RSI. Aber ich glaube, RSI haben viele schon votet. Aber...
Ja, haben sie schon, ja.
Dann mache ich das doch mal auch RSI.
Lagenführung.
Ja, ich glaube auch RSI.
Weil ich würde Mist und Arco eher bei den Mittelklassen bis kleinen und RSI vielleicht bei den großen. 43, ja, guck. Ich glaube, dann viele.
So wie ich. Ja, genau. So wie ich innerlich gefühlt habe.
So ähnliche Dinge, danke. Jo.
Gewinnt Chris wieder. Ist ja sein Rennstall.
Die C1 schaut ja recht interessant aus.
Ja, habt ihr irgendwas, wo ihr kurz unterhalten wollt drüber? Über jetzt Ding. Also ich mache jetzt nicht mehr so lang, da ich brauche Pause, will was essen und so Zeug. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich dann nochmal komme, glaube ich nicht. Heute. War jetzt 6 Stunden. Das ging.
Naja, gab es denn ein großartiges Streitthema, bis auf das mit dem Fitness? Eigentlich nicht, ne?
Also das mit dem Quantum,
Diese
also
Skills.
das Skillsystem, ja, das war jetzt ein bisschen, da weiß ich nicht, also Quay war ja, habe ich jetzt schon mitgekriegt, gar nicht so begeistert.
Nee, weil wenn einer Dirk wieder.
Ja, eigentlich
Er ist hier.
Ja. Willst du das begründen, dass du so genau komplett dagegen bist? Ich bin da ein bisschen sehr gemischt gefühlt.
Du hast erstens, es war immer versprochen, dass Player keine Stats oder Level bekommen. Und das wurde auf NPCs bezogen, als irgendwann einmal haben sie das dann so erwähnt für NPCs und dann wurde klargestellt, das ist auch nur für NPCs gedacht. Und jetzt auf einmal ist auch wieder bei Playern ein Faktor. Das ändert das Spiel halt wieder.
Mhm.
Du hast schon die Frage beim Dogfighten oder was auch immer, dass du das richtige Equipment brauchst. Aber dann noch als Progress Stats einzubauen, finde ich extrem gefährlich, weil das kann einfach bedeuten, dass irgendjemand, der einfach viel Geld aufwendet, um seinen Charakter in der Offline-Zeit in ein Fitnesscenter zum Beispiel jetzt fiktiv zu schicken, dermaßen bessere Stats hat, dass er dich vielleicht im Dogfight einfach nur wegmieden kann, weil er besser ist, sondern weil er höhere G-Kräfte aushält. So als Beispiel. Es ist halt die Frage, wie das gebalanced wird. Ja.
Obwohl das, was...
Offline, davon habe ich gar nichts gehört.
Ja, das ist ja egal. Es ist die Frage, wie weit sie das treiben. Ja.
Man
kann es auch kaufen.
Das ist das Problem.
Nee, man kann es kaufen. Nee, die Sachen, also da glaube ich, das kommt niemals rein. Also Chris ist also er mag überhaupt nicht so Sachen, die irgendwie passiv gehen oder offline. Wenn, dann musst du in-game sein und spielen.
Ja,
und das Einzige,
er macht einen Cut dabei, das musst du aber auch sehen. Es ist für ihn okay, wenn du mit Echtgeld Ingame-Geld kaufst. Das ändert das aber nicht. Der okay ist.
Nein,
aber
das ändert
wenn du
das
dann
aber
sagst,
nicht.
du hast eine Einschreibegebühr ins Fitnesscenter in-game oder du kannst dir irgendwelche, was ja auch schon die Sache war bei Hospital und so weiter, Ding, dass du Gliedmaßen ersetzt bekommst und so weiter. Da klang es damals immer so, als wären das tendenziell ein bisschen schlechtere, die dann Narben haben oder was auch immer, aber dein Körper wird halt restauriert und so weiter. Aber es ist halt dann die Frage, wie weit das dann auch Richtung Tuning geht des Körpers. Da ist dann schon die Frage, wie viel du deinen Körper verbessern kannst, indem du Geld reinpulverst. Und das Geld kann dann natürlich auch von extern kommen.
Gefährlich, ja.
Eben. Also,
Mikrotransaktionen dann.
Sie haben nichts geklärt, außer dass sie jetzt die Büchse der Pandora geöffnet haben und gesagt haben, okay, Player bekommen Stats. Und das ist meine Kritik. Das kann komplett irrelevant sein im Spiel, aber es kann auch das Spiel komplett verändern im Sinne von, ja, ich meine, bei SC sind es ja keine Microtransactions, das sind eher Makrotransactions.
Ja.
Ja, also ich halt gar nichts davon, weil das Spiel nie so gedacht war. Und ich meine, jetzt kennen wir alle schon Chris Roberts und er verändert ja jedes Jahr die Ziellinie in seinem laufenden Wettbewerb. Je nachdem, wie es ihm halt gerade taugt. Aber so dermaßen die Spielregeln ändern, ist halt auch hart, finde ich. Also deshalb halte ich einfach nichts davon, weil es ging immer darum, dass der Player-Skill im Sinne von der Spieler vor dem Computer spielt, entscheidend sein soll. Und jetzt wissen wir alle, die ein bisschen PvP machen oder Dogfighten oder was auch immer, dass es natürlich nicht ganz so ist, weil du hast auch Schiffe, die mal besser sind oder deutlich besser für einen Einsatzzweck oder was auch immer oder bessere Ausrüstung. Und das ist irgendwas, womit man auch klarkommt, dass man sagt, okay, man tunt halt sein Schiff für den Einsatzzweck. Macht ja auch Sinn.
Obwohl zum Beispiel...
Aber zusätzlich noch den Körper tunen,
Obwohl bei Tuning Körper, da hat es schon mal was erwähnt, aber nicht so, wie er es jetzt gerade gesagt hat vorher, sondern auch mit Ausrüstung. Also, dass man jetzt zum Beispiel einen anderen...
Ja, ein Suit, es gibt ja schon.
Suit,
ja, klar,
Suit, nee, ich glaube, das ist ja noch nicht drin, aber der zumindest bei den G-Kräften ein bisschen mehr gegenwirken kann, weil er ein bisschen besser Füße abbindet, was er bei heute...
Ja, aber du hast ganz simpel, du hast natürlich einen schweren Kampfanzug und den leichten. Mit dem leichten bist du ein bisschen schneller, mit dem schweren bist du halt ein Tank. Ja, also das meine ich mit, das gibt schon. Er ändert jetzt nicht direkt die Attribute, aber du hast halt dann trotzdem 20% mehr HP oder so.
Aber du machst es mit Ausrüstung, die immersiv ist. Also du hast was Schweres an, dann bist du langsamer. Das ist halt so. Aber
ja, und wenn du den länger trägst oder jetzt das schon ewig machst mit dem, dann bist du ein bisschen schneller als der andere.
Ja, das ist ja das, was jetzt
erste Mal angezogen haben. Ja, und das wäre es okay, wenn sie niemals irgendwelche Mikrotransaktionen für das reinbringen würden. Möglich wäre es, aber also ich glaube es nicht.
Ja, ich glaube es auch
dass sie es machen.
Das kommt die Frage, welche Auswirkungen es hat im Spiel.
Ja, und jetzt sagen wir, es hat minimale Auswirkungen. So wie zum Beispiel jetzt die Früchte, die du isst oder das Zeug, diese Auswirkungen, dass du dann länger nichts trinken brauchst oder länger nichts essen musst. Also das haben wir ja schon drin.
Ja, aber das ist ein temporärer Buff. Den kann jeder machen. Und das andere ist möglicherweise Time Sync oder Money Sync.
Die Permanentspieler, darf ich kurz?
Er ist nicht permanent,
Ja.
er ist auch nur temporär, weil du verlierst, wenn du es nicht machst, wieder die
Kraft. Ja,
ja genau.
Aber was wollte Gugi noch sagen? Gugi, was wolltest du gerade sagen?
Es ist halt so, bei EFT zum Beispiel gibt es ja immer diese Vibes und sobald Skill-Level da ist, ich vergleiche das immer mit diesem Spiel. Warum ist dort Vibes alle halbe Jahr? Deswegen, weil es gibt welche, die halt das echt essentiell jeden Tag zocken. Ja, 6 Stunden, 8 Stunden, 10 Stunden, ja, scheißegal, die leben dafür. Dann stehen sie auf, ja, dann hast irgendwann einmal Max-Level erreicht, ja, und dann kommt einer mit Level 6, Level 3, Level irgendwas, ja, und versucht einen Dogfight zu machen. Ja, und du hast einen Level 50 vor dir, dann kannst du es sowieso gleich knicken, weil der spielt dich aus, so wie du es brauchst. Und so ist es bei EFT auch. Ja,
EFT, was weißt du mit welches EFT?
Escape from Tarkov.
Ach so, ja, okay.
Die Frage
weil du gerade von
ist
Fliegen
krass.
gesprochen hast und jetzt
Nein, er hätte jetzt nicht vom Fliegen, vom Dogfight reden.
Doch, ihr habt doch davon geredet, dass wenn einer stärker ist wie der andere, weil er jetzt das Skill, dass er kein Blackout kriegt, ja, weil er zu krass in die Kurve geht, hat er einen Vorteil gegenüber anderen. Sei es jetzt im All, ja, oder sei es jetzt auf der Oberfläche. Ja, das meine ich damit. Du hast einen Vorteil für derjenige, der länger spielt, hat nicht nur einen Vorteil, dass er sich auskennt im Spiel, dass er die Kniffe braucht, wie er sein Sach ausräumen muss oder ausrüsten muss, ja, dass er überwältigend dem anderen dann was gegenstellen kann. Nein, er ist auch vom Mannequin her auch überlegen gegenüber der anderen Person, wenn er Level 50, Level weiß der Geier ist, ja. Und da sehe ich ein Problem für die viel spielen und sich das erspielen, haben einen Vorteil gegenüber die irgendwann einmal Geld genommen haben und dann ist die große Kacke nämlich am Dampfen. Wieso? Ich habe 3.000 € reingesteckt und warum ist der jetzt besser wie ich? Und da sehe ich echt ein Problem.
Ja, gut, Gugiger, ja, also für so Leuten, die kannst die sind jetzt gar nicht das, also
es
die
sind
würde ich
sehr
sowieso,
viele drin.
ja, aber
Verstehst du
die
das?
so meckern,
Ja.
die würde ich sowieso rausnehmen, weil die sind für mich zum Beispiel komplett sowieso schon
40%
draußen.
der Deutschen sind
aber wichtig
aber
ist
ich
ja.
gehe mal kurz was anderes. Ich komme später.
Warte, jetzt geht er raus. Nee, aber was wollte ich jetzt sagen? Aber was halt wichtig ist, ist halt, ob das, auf was wollte ich jetzt raus? Nicht die dann meckern, dass sie, wenn sie jetzt kaufen, dass sie dass die Sachen, die das dann kaufen und eigentlich den gleichen Skill haben, also die sich halt irgendwie anders kriegen oder vielleicht auch geschenkt kriegen, wie auch immer, und dann aber im Grunde gleich gute Spieler sind und dann trotzdem einen Nachteil haben, weil sie halt nicht die Zeit haben, so oft zu spielen. Also dann ist der Unterschied, also nicht, ob jetzt jemand viel Geld reingelegt hat, sondern hat er die gleiche Ausrüstung normalerweise und einen gleichen Skill-Level, dann muss er gleich eben sein. Aber wenn der andere dann bloß, weil er ein bisschen mehr gespielt hat, typisch, da gebe ich ja dann, das ist der Fall, wo jetzt, das ist eigentlich der schmale, deswegen ist ja entscheidend, wie stark das sich auswirkt. Ist es nur so oder ist es nur so oder ist es so?
Ja, wenn es kommt, dann soll es extrem minimal kommen.
Ja.
Denke ich auch.
Das ist dir nur so ein Tick besser, aber.
Und ja, nicht, dass du es quasi mit Ingame-Geld auch erkaufen kannst, ja.
Also ihr wisst, wie ich es meine, ja. Also auf was ich da raus will. Also,
ja, na klar.
Das, was jetzt Google gesagt hat, das war jetzt eher ein bisschen eher die Leute, die halt mehr meckern, aber die Sache ist ja wirklich da, wo der Skill gleich ist und die Ausrüstung vielleicht sogar gleich und dann entscheidet eigentlich das, wo man mehr spielen kann, ob der eine gewinnt oder verliert. Und das sollte eigentlich nicht unbedingt sein.
Also bei GTA Online und bei Red Dead Redemption Online funktioniert das wunderbar. Also da gibt es auch dieses Skillsystem. Man kann sich da auch die Sachen reinkaufen, minimal. So, und das ist so im Prinzip bei Red Dead Redemption, umso länger du mit dem Pferd reitest, umso mehr Ausdauer bekommst. Es kann schneller laufen, also schneller reiten und weiterkommen als ein anderes und so weiter. Aber das ist wirklich alles nur minimal. Also wenn jetzt ein neuer Spieler hinzukommt, der merkt schon, dass der andere ein bisschen mehr kann, aber das liegt ja auch wahrscheinlich auch mehr daran, dass der andere nun halt schon mehr Routine hat in dem Spiel. Und bei GTA ist das auch nicht großartig anders. Also das ist minimal und da kann man jetzt nicht hinstellen und sagen, ja, der hat sich da jetzt reingekauft und so weiter. Das meiste, was ja gekauft wurde in GTA Online oder bei Red Dead Redemption mit diesem ganzen Ingame-Geld und so weiter, das waren ja nur kosmetische Dinge. Die haben natürlich dann ein Maschinengewehr, wo du dann drauf zuarbeiten musst, was dann, sag ich mal, jetzt so übertrieben jetzt 100 Schuss hat. Und das macht natürlich was aus, aber du kannst ja auch mal irgendwann auch mal dir selber dieses 100-Schuss-Gewehr Ingame-Geld erarbeiten, ohne echtes Geld bezahlen zu müssen. Aber das ist jetzt nicht der große Vorteil, wo du jetzt sagst, okay, da knockt er mich jetzt aus, weil der diesen Vorteil hat. Das sind alles minimale Geschichten. Ob du nun ein guter Schütze bist oder nicht, naja, das macht halt die Übung. Umso länger du das Spiel spielst, umso besser kannst du es ja auch spielen. Und das bleibt dir gleich. Und ich denke mal, so werden sie es auch machen. Bei San Andreas damals von GTA war es ja auch nicht viel anders. Da konntest du dich auch pushen. Und das war ja auch ein Singleplayer-Game. Das ist nochmal eine ganz andere Geschichte. Aber ich denke mal hier, das wird, so wie Herr Matthias sagt, das wird ganz einfach nur für die Leute gemacht sein, die jetzt ständig drin leben in dem Spiel, jetzt 24 Stunden, 7 da arbeiten drin und die dann halt ein bisschen was für sich machen wollen, um sich da in dem Spiel selber zu halten, ohne großartig grinden zu müssen. Ist nur eine Freizeitbeschäftigung.
Ja.
Ja, aber man muss es halt auch wieder aus Spielperspektive sehen. Es ist natürlich ein Content, den man halt hat. Halt ein typischer MMO-Content. Du hast halt was zum Grinden, das ist halt MMO halt. Und man muss halt gucken, wie schwer sich das halt auswirkt. Ob das jetzt halt wirklich so ist, ich kann jetzt mehr G-Kräfte aushalten, das ist bisher überhaupt kaum relevant. Du kannst genauso gut, ohne dass du mehr G-Kräfte aushältst, jemanden outplayen, als wenn du mehr G-Kräfte aushältst. Es kommt vielleicht darauf an, dass du dann vielleicht anderen Schiffen, die sich halt wendiger sind, dann halt mehr G-Kräfte brauchst und da halt dann, ne, also zum Beispiel bei größeren Schiffen oder so, dass du dann da einfach einen höheren Skill brauchst, um dort halt besser mit fliegen zu können. Also skaliert es auch mit dem, mit was für Schiffen du quasi als Anfänger hast und mit welchen Schiffen du quasi später fliegst. Ne?
Ich glaube, das größte Problem, was viele damit halt haben, vielleicht jetzt auch, dass es damals eher immer verneint haben, dass es so ein für dein Avatar ein Skill-Ding haben. Es hieß immer,
ja,
das
so Skill-Tree-Level, es gibt kein Skill-Tree-Level. Das könnte man auch so sehen, dass sie gesagt haben, es gibt kein Skill-Tree oder so Sachen, wo du halt zuweist, wie bei Sims. Aber das ist ja Trainingssache.
Wie WoW oder so, dass du ein Skill kriegst, ja, ich kann das jetzt, also so. Also so ist ja dann nicht, aber es ist dann trotzdem so was unter der Ding, was so ein bisschen Skill, also deswegen so ganz dagegen bin ich jetzt auch nicht, aber es ist jetzt schon ein bisschen...
Es ist Progression. Es ist etwas, was du dir hochspielen kannst, irgendwie.
Ja.
Denn das Problem ist halt, dass wenn einer, wie sie es machen, wo ist das Ceiling, wo ist die Decke, dass du das Maximum erreicht hast und wie lange brauchst du, bis du dorthin kommst. Und
wie schnell fällt es wieder ab?
Ja, und wie schnell fällt es wieder
also
ab, wenn du nicht spielst.
Musst du quasi jeden Tag 3 Stunden zocken, damit du deine plus 10% Ding hast. Und das ist halt...
Boah, das wäre hart.
Ja, eben, ja. Also,
das wäre hart.
Ein großes Problem ist ja auch noch bei Star Citizen ist, dass du kein Rewarding hast. Also in anderen Spielen hast du hast jetzt das neue Item gefunden halt in der Kiste, das ist halt ein Reward oder du hast jetzt einen Levelausstieg und das muss einfach mehr rein. So zum Beispiel auch, dass ich jetzt wenn ich jetzt meinen gehe, vielleicht mal noch Sekundär-Items finde. Ich finde jetzt zum Beispiel einen Diamant oder eine Pflanze, währenddessen ich jetzt quasi was abgebaut habe, was jetzt halt wo ich halt nicht weiß, ich baue das jetzt ab, sondern das ist jetzt halt Zufall oder durch meinen Skill, weil ich jetzt besser abgebaut habe, wo ich dann halt einen Reward habe. Und das ist natürlich auch sowas, wo man dann halt sagen kann, ja, ich habe jetzt halt einen Skill aufgestiegen, also habe ich da jetzt auch einen Reward von bekommen.
Ja, das, was jetzt eigentlich für einen Spieler machen, das war, was Querg vorher gesagt hat, das war eigentlich immer für die NPC geplant, dass die besser schießen können oder dass die ein bisschen besser Bewegung können. Obwohl ich es ja auch nicht ganz falsch finde, das mit der Kraft. Ich weiß, es hat auch, wenn es in einer gewissen Maße umsetzen, hat es auch einen Immersion-Faktor, wo wieder positiv sein kann. Wenn du wirklich so bisschen im Realen, ich habe ständig eine schwere Waffe in der Hand oder ständig und kann dann halt eine Waffe ein bisschen stabiler halten, weil ich die Kraft dazu mehr habe.
Du musst dir auch mal vorstellen, wie das so also fühlungstechnisch ist. Am Anfang funktioniert alles schwer, alles ich habe Ladehemmung und dann irgendwann, zack, zack, neue Animation und du hast dann halt einfach diesen Change dahin, dass es halt flüssiger ist, dass du halt besser triffst und so.
Was mit neuen Animationen, da war ich dann wieder ein bisschen, muss das sein? Also, wenn man einfach ja gut, Animation, wenn man schon die Waffe, wenn sie nicht ganz so wackelt, okay, wenn man das damit mitmacht, dass man.
Nee, mit Animationen, da haben sie das gemeint, das Melee-Gameplay.
Okay.
Dass du jetzt diesen Takedown, wenn du den ersten Takedown machst, schaut das irgendwie so clumsy aus und du triffst ihn vielleicht nicht richtig und das funktioniert nicht so gut. Und je öfters du es machst, umso besser funktioniert, umso effektiver wird der. Und weil er ist da okay, das Ding ist, dass der Takedown momentan ist zu stark, weil er einfach zu gut funktioniert, wenn du ihn benutzt, weil du kannst eigentlich in den Bunker reinrennen und alle nur Takedown, wenn du das in der richtigen Reihenfolge machst und mit ein bisschen halt Vorsicht.
Ja, weil die NPCs halt nicht reagieren, weil die Server so Müll sind
Genau.
in erster Linie, ansonsten würde es die abgeknallt werden.
Naja,
da ist
wenn
jetzt
du in der
nicht der
richtigen
Takedown zu
Reihenfolge
stark,
machst.
zwangsläufig.
Aber beim Takedown finde ich es gerade ein bisschen komisch, dass, weißt du, beim einen klappt es dann immer und du bist der, wo es nicht klappt. Das ist ein bisschen.
Bei eins sind wir uns doch alle einig, wichtig ist, dass man erst einmal im Spiel die ganzen Stellschrauben hat. Die Stellschrauben, um ein Balancing zu machen. Sei es jetzt die Raumschiffe an sich, sei es die Mannequins, sei es diese Skill-Level jetzt von den einzelnen Mannequins, ja, sei es die Waffen, Textur etc. Wichtig ist doch wirklich, dass das erstmal klar ist, ja, weil dann weiß man auch, wo der Weg hingeht. Und den haben sie jetzt einmal festgesteckt. Ich hoffe, dass es nicht wieder umgeschmissen wird, weil Aufschrei hier in der Community und jeder schreit, nein, das wollen wir nicht. Ist halt immer so ein ewiges Hin und Her. Ja. Dann wichtig ist einmal sich festlegen. Und auch wenn jetzt, ich habe vorher gerade kurz am Rande mitgekriegt, dass alle rumgeschrien haben drüben im Livestream, macht doch erst einmal ein Spiel fertig, bevor ihr von einem anderen redet, etc.
Die alte Leier.
Ja, die alte Leier. Ich finde richtig, es ist wichtig, erst einmal dieses Singleplayer fertig zu machen, das auch zu releasen, da nichts davon irgendwie nach außen zu tragen. Das tun sie auch, das ist super so. Ja, aber wichtig ist auch, dass die Immersion, so wie es der Chris auch gesagt hat, eine parallelen Übergriff gegenüber Schwadron und diesem Universe ist. Und das hat er auch nochmal heute gesagt und ich finde das richtig so. Und genau, da wird auch die Immersion dann eingetaucht, ja, nachdem wir das durchgespielt haben mit, weiß ich nicht, 60 Stunden, 80 Stunden Spieltime.
Wir reden von 80 bis 100 oder 100, 120, was ich
Ja, das ist sehr viel. Das ist wirklich, also 120 ist schon relativ viel, ja. Und bis das da, also dann noch die verschiedenen Schlüsse, die du da machen kannst. Ich glaube nicht, dass ein einziger Schluss da ist. Ich glaube, die machen das auch so feelingtechnisch wie die anderen Singleplayer an sich, wie die gelaufen sind, dass du halt in deinen Entscheidungen, wie du sozusagen vorgehst da drin, ob du böse, gut oder mittelmäßig bist, dass du auch der Schluss dann auch ausgeht. Ja, und deswegen wird jeder irgendwo irgendwie mal anders das Ganze durchspielen wollen. Als Pirat.
Obwohl wo sie ich glaube, sie können bei Squadron 42, weil ja später alles auch in Star Citizen mündet von der Story, sie können nichts groß ändern, was jetzt in Star Citizen in der großen Welt irgendwie mit reinspielt. Die Lore dürfen sie nicht ganz brechen. Also die Lore von Star Citizen darf Squadron 42 eigentlich nicht brechen. Das muss ja irgendwie ein bisschen übereinstimmen. Aber in Star Citizen ja ein paar Jahre später. Also es kann sein, dass so ein paar kleine Veränderungen sind, aber es darf nichts sein, was jetzt in der großen Welt große Unterschiede macht, sag mal so. Also,
Gunginger meinte jetzt aber nur in Bezug, wie du das Spiel spielst. Also sprich, spielst du es als bisschen als böser Pirat oder willst du es als friedlicher Händler spielen oder so weiter?
das wird ja gar nicht möglich sein, Händler. Oder? Also ich glaube, du kannst wohl ein bisschen handeln.
Ach so, ja, natürlich. Ja, ist ja die Story von.
Du hast eine militärische Laufbahn.
Du hast eine militärische Laufbahn, richtig.
Du kannst wohl zwischendurch mal was machen, aber du hast trotzdem... Ich glaube, du kannst bloß ein schlechter Soldat oder ein guter Soldat werden, aber sonst glaube ich. Ich glaube, so viel Außenmöglichkeiten hast du da nicht.
Nee, schlechter, guter Soldat. Es gibt Soldaten, die nach der Peripherie gehen und wirklich nach Handbuch gehen und nicht weiter und nichts anderes gelten lassen. Das sind eher die Durchschnittssoldaten. Und dann gibt es die wirklich dann noch die andere Peripherie anschauen, Lebensrecht miteinander und spielen halt im Endeffekt dann Teamplayer technisch. Ja, einerseits und auch das andererseits. Und das sind dann die guten Soldaten. Also ich weiß jetzt auch nicht, in welcher Hinsicht das dann im Endeffekt da drin läuft oder wo du wie, weißt du, in den Talks an sich, wenn du mit einem NPC redest, dann musst du ja auch antworten. Und da werden ja sicherlich 4, 5, 6 verschiedene Fragen da sein oder nur 3 verschiedene Fragen, ja, wie dann das Spiel sich selber dann auch verändert, ja. Und ich weiß es nicht, bei Wing Commander war doch das so.
Was?
Ich habe selber gespielt und man konnte doch dann Fragen antworten und dann haben die doch auch andere Bäume dann auch.
Aber ich glaube, das Ende konntest damals, also es gibt ja Spiele, wo du Ende wie bei Witcher 3
das
oder
Ende
so.
hast du auch beeinflussen können.
Aber nur in so Nuancen. Also du konntest entweder das plötzlich, also ich weiß zum Beispiel, du konntest Hobbes konntest verfolgen oder du konntest ihn lassen. Und wenn du ihn gelassen hast, hast du ihn später nochmal irgendwie getroffen. Aber so das große Ganze am Schluss, das Große am Schluss, das hat sich nicht verändert. Also da war dann so Nuancen, dass vielleicht, die waren ja da gefangen oder ich weiß gar nicht mehr, wie es geendet hat, aber dass du den Planeten am Schluss kaputt geschossen hast im Dreier. Also mit der Waffe. Das konnte ich nicht ändern. Aber so Nuancen, zum Beispiel mit den Frauen, dass die eine sauer auf dich ist und die anderen, also mit den NPC, das konnte ich machen.
Ist richtig.
Das konnte ich machen, aber du konntest jetzt nicht so
die Hauptstory.
Die Hauptstory jetzt groß in eine komplett andere Richtung bewegen.
Naja, dass jetzt der Planet explodiert oder nicht, das habe ich jetzt nicht damit gemeint. Ich habe damit gemeint, dass die Person, die da spielt, dann sozusagen, bin ich jetzt der Vendul-Spion oder nicht, ja? Und bin ich jetzt der General, der noch 15.000 Orden und dann noch zum Schluss dann Präsident wird? Oder bin ich, weiß der Geier, der Fighter-Pilot, der dann irgendwann einmal Top Gun wird?
Also
ja, das meinte ich damit. Verstehst du das, ja?
Kann schon, dass du da so eine
Art,
Art Ruf gibst, wie du es durchspielst, aber das Ende ist gleich. Kann sein, weißt du, wenn du, sie haben ja gesagt, ich glaube, du kannst gewisse Missionen zum Beispiel, du kannst auf Schleichen eher machen, du kannst dich durchballern, wenn du dich durchballerst, hast du irgendwo Totenköpfe auf deinem Ordensband oder so, und wenn du durchschleichst und möglichst wenig tötest oder so zum Beispiel, wenn es jetzt oder dann hast du halt einen anderen Ruf zum Beispiel später vielleicht auch, ja. Das kann schon.
Bekommt man die Friedenstaube so.
Genau. Ich bin gespannt, ob man es. Nee, wahrscheinlich nicht. Squadron 2 wird man nicht komplett, ohne dass man irgendwas tötet, durchspielen können. Das wird nicht gehen. Aber es gibt ja so Spiele, wo man ohne Waffe durchspielen kann. Achso, jetzt gehen wir mal kurz zum anders. Wir gucken uns ganz kurz die Spirit an. Die A1. Die A1 ist ja, glaube ich, der Bomber-Version. Mit Size, glaube 5. 5er, glaube ich. Wenn ich mich nicht täusche, 5er Bomben.
5 mal Size 3.
Ne, war es nicht Size 5 Bomben?
Also.
Aber
da steht bei Missiles 2 mal Bespoke Bomb Racks, 5 mal Size 3 to be defined Bombs.
Ja, 10 mal S5 Bomb Racks steht dran.
Ja, 2 mal 5. Also kommt drauf an, ich bin im PDF drinnen.
Also ich bin hier auf der Webseite, da steht 10 mal S5 Bomben. Also 10 mal S5 Bomben hat sie dabei.
Bomben-Rack vielleicht.
Ja, Racks.
Ich bin im PDF, darunter der Explorer, der Full Crusader Spirit Technical Specs there und da steht S3.
S3, gut, da steht was von S3 Waffe, also zweimal S3.
Nein, da ist darunter ein Link. Explore the Full Crusader Spirit Technical Specs here.
Okay. Bomber. Computers, Radar, Erwitter.
Genau, da steht bei Missiles S3, interessanterweise. Bei mir zumindest.
DBD Bespoke Bomb. Zweimal Bespoke Bomb Racks. Achso, kann natürlich sein, dass es Size 5 Rack ist.
Racks ist und nicht die
So
Bomben.
wie bei
Genau.
Raketen, dass es dann die Bomben unten sind. Natürlich jetzt, hier finde ich es ziemlich verwirrend. Bombenracks, 10 mal S5 Bombs.
Ja, also False Advertising, wenn man das jetzt so sagen will. Weil eins von beiden wird wohl vielleicht stimmen. Aber nicht beides.
Ja, was haben sie im Video gesagt? Ich meine, haben sie 5 gesagt? Ich meine,
Vielleicht haben sie einfach die Racks und die Bomben verwechselt, ist ja wurscht.
Also, ja.
Aber im PDF steht es recht explizit so drinnen und ich vermute dann, dass die Racks vielleicht wirklich Size 5 sein werden. Und ja, aber keine Ahnung, wie viel.
Im Video können sie sich auch versprochen haben.
Insgesamt 10 Bomben, also wahrscheinlich 10 Bomben und das Size 3. Zweimal Racks mit 5 mal S3 Bombs, ja gut. Okay, gut. Und dann haben wir hier ja die, Moment, guck mal auf die Spirit. Spirit ist die mit dem Lager. Ne, Moment, die C1 meine ich. Mit dem, so die Freelancer-Konkurrenz, würde ich sagen. Hat, glaube ich, ähnliche Ladekapazität, oder? Wie die Freelancer. Wenn ich das so richtig.
Aber ich glaube, warte mal. Ist nicht mehr Cutlass und die Freelancer hat so um die 66 oder so? Müssen wir mal schauen. Die Freelancer hat einen Tick mehr.
Hat die Freelancer sogar mehr? Ja.
Ja.
Aber ich finde die Düsen auf jeden Fall geil hinten irgendwie.
Ja, auch vorne die Einlässe. Das ist immer richtig nice mit den offenen Flügeln. Das schaut richtig cool aus.
Was für Waffen hat man eigentlich nochmal? Wo war. Jetzt werde ich geradet. Ich mache doch auch nicht mehr so lange hier. Danke.
2 S3 und 2 S2 an der Nase.
Sehe ich gar nicht wie viel.
Also
77.
die Cutlass hat 46 STU und die Freelancer hat 66.
Was nochmal, wiederhol nochmal. Ich habe es jetzt Anfang nicht verstanden. Die Cutlass hat
Cutlass hat 46. Also
Okay.
die ist recht in line mit der Crusader. Und die Freelancer 66.
Ah, die Freelancer hat also 66.
Ja.
Ah, hier, Moment, hier steht jetzt 48 SCU.
Irgendwie steht da überall 48, oder?
Ja, stimmt, 48. Dann.
Aber hat die E1 auch 48 STU, obwohl sie Sitze hat? Vielleicht ist auch das PDF falsch.
Warte mal. Steht erst. Ach doch, die. Stimmt, die hat auch 48. Aber ist das vielleicht ein anderer Bereich, wo das nicht so ist?
Ja.
Danke für den Raid nochmal. Aber ich wollte eigentlich auch bloß noch kurz durchsprechen und dann.
Ich meine, die hat keine Bomben zum Beispiel. Vielleicht ist dort,
Ja,
wo
aber die Spirit, die C1 hat ja auch keine Bomben.
Oh ja, die hat 2, das heißt 3 Bomben.
Nee, die C1.
Ja. Im PDF steht bei Missiles 2x S4 Dual Rack, 2x S3 To Be Defined Bombs.
Warum hat die Bomben? Okay.
Vielleicht hat irgendein Betrunkener das PDF geschrieben.
Aber
ich weiß es
hat
nicht.
sie noch
Copy-Paste.
Raktorbin.
Vergessen ändern.
Und die Spirit, was war die Spirit nochmal? Die Transporter Duet, TDB in Missiles, Dual weg. Ja gut, dann kann doch nicht sein, dass das ausgleicht. Den Cargo Space. Cargo irgendwie alle.
Aber steht im Kleingedruckten Specifications accurate at Date of Publish. Und ich meine, das würde ich ja nicht belügen. Also.
Was auf jeden Fall noch einleuchtend und cool war, wo sie darüber gesprochen haben, über dieses Zusammenschluss und Ingame der einzelnen Crewmembers in einem Multiplayer-Raumschiff. Wenn das zusammenhängt etc., fand ich echt cool, wenn man da jetzt ein Teil entfernt oder so, dass es dann, wenn man unterwegs ist, dann wirklich auf Probleme stoßen kann und auch Systeme dann ausfallen kann. Das fand ich richtig cool. Und was richtig einleuchtend war, und das habe ich auf lange Sicht immer überlegt, wie man das am besten fixen kann. Wir haben ja hier immer für 2 Crewmember, für 4, für 8, wir haben ja die Personenanzahlen im Schiff selber ja auch sichtlich unter diesen Dingern. Aber jetzt ist es ja so, dass du zu 20 in einem Schiff fliegen kannst, ja, obwohl du nur für 2 oder für 6 Platz hast. Und da haben sie mit unter anderem aufgegriffen, dass sie das mit den Lebenserhaltungssachen machen wollen. Ja? Das heißt, Lebenserhaltung dann nur für 2 oder für 6. Ja? Und dass sie halt entweder Gravitation oder keine Luft mehr im Raumschiff oder diese Sachen dann beeinflussen kannst, indem du so Steckmodule entfernst. Und das ist immer ein sehr guter Anfang, muss ich sagen, um dieses Gameplay
Vor allem
aufrechtzuerhalten.
kannst du in einem Raum die Luft ablassen, wenn du willst.
Ja, oder das ganze Schiff halt, ne?
Oder Gravitation. Ja, aber auch bloß einzelne Räume kann man das dann machen. Dann kann man vielleicht Energie sparen, wenn man irgendwas ausstellt oder so. Weiß nicht, ob das...
Sicherer gegenüber Boarding-Aktionen.
Habe ich mal auch gedacht.
Zum Bleistift. Ja.
Die können jetzt so rumrennen. Ganz einfach. Man tut natürlich noch auch nicht.
Aber könntest noch um die Zeit zu haben, um dir eine Waffe zu holen, zum Beispiel.
Der
Magnetstiefel.
Der Personentransport. Also, also mir gefällt eigentlich die Spirit, aber Personentransport macht in der Größe irgendwie nicht so richtig viel Sinn. Du hast ja gerade mal Platz für 4 oder so. 4 Dinge, oder?
Ne, 3 links, 3 rechts, wenn du da richtig hinschaust. Sind 6, also von dem Bild jetzt außen.
Moment, ich suche gerade, wie viel.
Ja, die PDF.
Was? 6 Seating, also sind es 8 Leute, wo dann drin sind. 6 Personen, wo du mitnimmst. Also ist eher so ein eher so ein, fast schon eher privat. Das ist ja kein wirklich, also wie die, kann man nicht vergleichen mit
VIP-Transport.
VIP.
VIP-Transport, ja.
Aber kannst du halt nicht vergleichen. Wie heißt das große Personentransportschiff, was noch kommt?
Nicht Star Runner? Nein.
Liner.
Starliner,
ja,
genau. Mit dem kann man es nicht wirklich vergleichen. Oder was haben wir noch für...
Nee, der ist ja riesig.
Der ist schon riesig.
Ich hätte gesagt mit der Phoenix oder so. Aber
S2-Schild, okay.
das ist gleich wie die Cutlass. Die Freelancer, hat die nicht 2 sogar?
Ja, die Freelancer hat 2.
Ja, 2. Für ein scheiß Cockpit.
Gravity-Generator wird da sogar beschrieben. Haben wir bei den anderen Fahrzeugen irgendwie Gravity-Generator, was für eine Sizegröße das hat? Nee, ne? Glaub nicht.
Nein, haben wir. Nein.
Haben wir bis jetzt noch nie gehabt.
Nein.
Das ist jetzt neu.
Live-Support, glaube ich auch, ja.
Live-Support und Battery ist neu.
Battery habe ich irgendwo schon mal gesehen, aber ich glaube bei irgendeinem Fahrzeug.
Ingame-Files. Na, Ingame-Files.
Ah, okay. Ja.
Für die Redeemer gibt es neue Skins, sehe ich gerade. 2 neue.
Dann noch das eine Thema noch mit dem, was hattet ihr davon gehalten mit dem neuen System für Reisegeschwindigkeit und so, Quantum-Modus und so. Wie habt ihr das aufgefasst? Quay, die habe ich jetzt, glaube ich, dazu noch gar nicht gehört.
Ich finde es super. Also es ist deutlich besser als vielleicht das, was wir jetzt haben, sagen wir es mal so. Ich hätte es zwar lieber gehabt, wenn sie es stufenlos hätten. Also, dass du auch solche Einschränkungen hast, wenn du über SCM-Speed, also dass du wie jetzt den Speed-Limiter einfach erhöhen kannst auf über SCM-Speed, aber du dann beispielsweise genau ab dem Punkt, wo du SCM-Speed überschreitest, deutlich, also deine Schilde abfallen oder du deutlich weniger Maneuvering hast und so weiter. Aber ganz ehrlich, inzwischen bin ich so pragmatisch, dass ich mir denke, wenn sie sich leichter tun, das zu balancen, indem sie Modi einbauen dafür, dann sollen sie das bitte machen.
Eigentlich, also ich habe so ein bisschen sind sie einen Schritt zurück auf was wir schon mal hatten.
Ja, sicher 2,
Aber
6
das,
und so.
aber das halt erweitert, also ein bisschen mehr. Beim Grunde hatten wir jetzt, wenn ich es richtig, eigentlich haben wir 3 Geschwindigkeiten. Dann haben wir SCM, also Kampfgeschwindigkeit. Dann haben wir das Quantum, wo man so ein bisschen auflädt und so ein bisschen steuern kann auch wohl. Und dann gibt es noch die richtige Quantumreise. Irgendwie meine ich so verstanden zu haben, oder? Also, dass man wirklich eine längere Strecke im Quantum ist. Und das andere eher für kürzere Langstrecken, sagen wir so, nutzen
Ja,
kann.
da bin ich mir auch nicht sicher, wie das
Na, wir
gemeint
haben
war, weil
vier.
wo ist
Na, wir
dann
haben
das
4 Sachen.
Full
Wir haben,
Afterburner-Ding mit 1200 Meter pro Sekunde oder so? Das ist, glaube ich, auch noch dabei, oder?
wir haben 5 Sachen. Wir haben das STM.
Ja.
Dann haben wir beim SCM den Boost, der uns die Geschwindigkeit ein bisschen drüber gibt. Das ist so wie damals 2.4, 2.5, also 2.4, 2.5 den Patch. Oder ich weiß nicht, oder was davor. Auf jeden Fall, wo du ein bisschen so einen Speed-Increase kriegt hast über den
Ja.
normalen. Dann haben wir zusätzlich zu dem diesen Quantum-Modus, in den du schaltest, wo du die Schilde verlierst. Und dann hast du Zugriff auf die volle Geschwindigkeit. Das sind diese 1000 bis 1300 oder so. Und dann hast du eben noch diesen also in diesem Quantum-Mode bist du dann schon, also das ist der Reisemodus, und in dem kannst du dann noch diesen Quantum Boost, den haben sie von Squadron 42 entwickelt, genommen. Da kannst du mit Shift, glaube ich, war es, einfach zu einem Point of Interest, den du nachher in dem Modus siehst, umspringen. Und das geht ziemlich instant, also instant halt, so wie
Aber
jetzt
das, wo der Kreis drumherum
Blindjumpen
war.
oder so. Ja, wo der Kreis drumherum
Wo
war.
wo er ein bisschen steuern musste, aber noch.
Ja, genau, wo du so ein bisschen, ich glaube, du konntest ein bisschen noch steuern oder so. Wobei, da bin ich mir nicht ganz sicher, aber auf jeden Fall so kurze Sprünge und dann gibt es eben das schnelle Quantum Travel noch, wo du längere Strecken machst.
Obwohl, es kann doch nicht auch sein, ich glaube, hat das Hesi erwähnt, dass der hat korrigiert. Ich habe das Gefühl, kann sein, dass man da springt und dann muss man, wie später sie das Wurmloch machen wollen, dass man in dem Quantum so korrigieren muss und vielleicht rausfällt. Das hat, glaube ich, Hesi. Aber
Ich habe das
Ja, das hat er gesagt, das hat da
Ich bin mir auch
Yugi
nicht sicher,
glatt.
was von beiden sein kann, weil es ist
Also
schwer.
es ist korrigieren, es wird korrigieren sein, es war korrigieren. Also es sah so nach korrigieren aus und wenn du dann nicht korrigieren kannst, fällst du dann aus dem Quantum raus. So, das wird dann mit dem Balken angezeigt, wenn der Balken leer ist, dann fällst du raus und musst halt gucken, dass der Balken halt in allen Richtungen voll ist.
Ja. Ich finde es schade, dass jetzt nichts vom Jump, also vom Wurmloch-Jump gezeigt
Großes
hat.
Geheimnis.
Ja, wir haben ja schon was gesehen, aber das ist schon ewig her, wo man das mal gesehen hat. Mit so wabernde Ding, wo man durchgeflogen ist, aber da hat man jetzt leider nichts gesehen.
Sah aber cool aus.
Ja, ich habe das ja auch immer, wenn glaube jemand, was habe ich, wenn followed oder so, habe ich es drin. So bei irgendwas habe ich es als
Ja,
Ding drin.
Follower.
Ja, die Bilder waren von 2019, das ist ja auch schon wieder 3 Jahre her. Deswegen, ich hoffe mal, dass das irgendwann kommt.
Ey, das sehen wir dann, wenn es kommt.
Ja.
Ich glaube, wenn's dann kurz bevor es reinkommt, sehen wir das.
Das soll ja 4.0 dann wahrscheinlich kommen. Wann haben sie jetzt 4.0 geplant?
Nächstes Jahr. Entweder Q1, Q2, so wie es sich ausgeht. Q2, ja, 3.19 kommt noch im Frühjahr.
Genau.
Wenn das alles so hinklappt mit den ganzen Patches.
War von euch jetzt noch irgendwas Interessantes, was ihr oder was ihr meint, dass vielleicht ich sicher nicht so mitgekriegt habe? Habt ihr da irgend noch was Interessantes von dem Event heute?
Das Spacewalken.
Achso, das Ziehen und das
Push and Pull.
Genau.
Das war
das
geil,
verdächtige VR-Zeug.
Ja. Ja, VR, okay. Da wird es ja gleich schlecht.
Ja, dass du dich so, wo in der Animation da, aber die haben ja gesagt, das ist noch eine Prä-Animation, ein bisschen noch komisch aussieht. Also sie müssen auf jeden Fall irgendwie einen Grund haben, weil der hat ja, wie du da auf flache Oberflächen wie der Scheibe zum Beispiel, dass du dich da halten kannst. Also das muss ja dann irgendwie, ja, auf einer Scheibe kann ja magnetisch eigentlich nicht wirken. Also da müssen sie sich irgendwas Lore-mäßiges ausdenken, dass es funktioniert.
Transparentes Aluminium. Das ist ja auch nicht magnetisch. Oh.
Halt nicht, ob ich es brauche. Also rein für EVE bräuchte es das nicht unbedingt.
Ja gut, sie hat ja gesagt, dass was geändert wird, ist, dass man nicht immer ein EVA hat. Also, dass du jetzt in deinem Standardanzug, wenn ich es jetzt richtig verstanden habe, gar keine EVA, also Thruster mehr dran hast meistens, sondern dass du dann entweder dazu, dass der auch eher schneller aufgebraucht wird, glaube ich. Also das heißt, aber dass du eher decoupled bist. Also du fliegst, im Moment wirst du ja immer abgebremst. Das heißt, das ist ja alles gerade ein bisschen, du kannst ja nicht decoupeln. Und später ist eigentlich eher decoupeln. Und nur wenn du es brauchst, ist es das andere Mal, wo du abbremst. Und da kann sein, dass die Thruster-Stärke oder wie häufig du das machen kannst, dass sie das eingrenzen später. Und dann kann es sein, dass du das Push und Pull manchmal eher brauchst. Weil du dann
oder das eher nutzt, wenn du es kannst.
Genau.
Sprit sparen.
Ja, solange du es nutzen kannst, nutzt du das Push and Pull und dass du dir das aufhebst für wirklich, wenn du es brauchst.
Und wo du es sehr viel brauchst, ist, wenn du jetzt zum Beispiel durch einen Frack bist. Frack, da ist manchmal, wenn du im Moment gerade zum Beispiel mit dem Thrusters durchfliegst, ist manchmal du eckst mal an, dann also, dass du dich da wirklich irgendwo weiterziehen kannst, ohne dass du jetzt ständig irgendwo aneckst.
Also das muss ich sagen, wenn sie das hinbekommen, dass wenn du bei so einem kleinen Debris-Ding ankommst und du nicht mehr so blöd herum spinnst und desorientiert bist, sondern dass sich dein Charakter einfach automatisch ein bisschen abstößt und halt dran vorbeitaucht oder so, das ist cool. Das ist eine gute Ergänzung für EVA, wenn das geht.
Ja, ich hoffe, das kommt also.
Also das wird es leichter machen.
Was ich ja schon interessant finde, die Animation ist ja dann schon anders gewesen. Sie haben ja schon gezeigt, dass die Figur mehr so fast so wie ja nicht ganz, so wie Hände nach hinten eher so ausgestreckt teilweise fliegt. Und weil man sich und dann ist man eher so flach. Ich weiß nicht, immer.
Das hat schon mal funktioniert.
Da haben wir leider kein Video.
Setable.
Das hat früher, das geht jetzt nicht mehr.
Ah, okay. Weiß ich gar nicht, weil ich weiß, früher konntest du auch die Position im EVA ändern. In so 2.6 oder so.
Ja, da haben sie die Keybinds und das Zeug dazu und wie das EVA funktioniert geändert von damals.
Es sah nämlich urlustig aus in Star Marine, als du dem EVA herumgesprungen bist und so. Und du bist so Superman-artig hinübergeflogen auf die andere Seite. Oder mit den Beinen voran.
Ich habe damals so einen kompletten Stream gemacht, wo ich nur so Arsch-Slides über das Landingpad gemacht habe auf Port Ulissa.
Ja,
oder Gesichtsslides oder irgendwie, weil ich die Position verändert habe. Das war lustig.
Im FPS gab es da diesen Level, wo man halt von der normalen Gravitation dann raus musste im Raum und dann kurz geschwebt ist.
Ja, genau.
Durch die Scheiben durch, genau.
Die Map, die jetzt verkleinert wurde.
Ja.
Und dadurch kommt
aber ich weiß gar nicht,
raus.
wie die heißt.
Ich habe die früher lieber gespielt. Also, dass sie das so verändert haben, hat mir nicht so getaugt.
Ja, mir auch nicht.
Die Map ist jetzt irgendwie tot.
Welche?
Für Star Marine war es beide eigentlich. Deswegen, ich spiele kein Star Marine mehr. Früher habe ich Star Marine eigentlich immer gern gespielt.
Weil es jetzt, ja, ich meine, sie haben jetzt den für den Eliminate-Modus haben sie es ja kleiner gemacht. Und gibt es den anderen Modus überhaupt noch? Ich weiß nicht, ich war schon ewig nicht mehr drin.
Den gibt es schon noch, ja.
Was gibt's noch?
Den anderen Modus
Anderen
von
Modus,
Star
den
Mobile.
Capture-Modus, aber
Ja, aber
dort dann die Map noch größer?
Ich
Oder
glaube,
gibt's
das
die
haben sie
nicht
nicht
mehr?
in so. Ja, da ist die Map größer, genau. Ich glaube, da haben sie gar kein Video von dem, weil das ist der Live-Content gewesen, was sie gezeigt haben. Das ist nämlich am Ende der Show, oder?
Gute Frage.
Da gibt es kein YouTube-Video dazu.
in welchem Part war denn das mit dem EVA?
Das war in einem Part,
Ja, das
der
meint
gar nicht
Matthias.
aufgeführt war. Der Part existiert auf dieser Übersicht.
Ja, ich bin gerade in YouTube, da sind die Sachen schon hochgeladen.
Das letzte war Talking Ship.
Stimmt, das fehlt hier komplett. Das war ja der Part, wo sie nur über Squadron 42 gesprochen haben.
Ja, nicht nur, aber ja, wo der Chris
Nein,
halt
das Ganze.
plaudert hat irgendwie. Da haben
Ich meine,
sie
die
es ja
ganzen
gezeigt.
Sachen, die sie von Squadron 42 auch ins Universe bringen wollen, früher oder später.
Der Quergamer hat vorher gefragt, was für Lohnerschiffe bei den Spirits alles drin ist. Für die A1 ist eine Freelancer Miss, für die C1 ist eine Cutlass Black und für die E1 ist eine Cutlass Steel. Die Lohnerschiffe.
Ja.
Interessante Auswahl.
Wo sie vom Mobiglas von Squadron 42 was gezeigt haben, habe ich kurz mal den Screen angehalten und da sieht man so ein paar Missionsbeschreibungen bzw. Missionen.
Bei dem Mobiglas, gell?
Beim Mobiglas, ja.
Ach, Jack,
Also,
warte mal, halt mal die Stelle fest hier. Weil das ist ja die unterirdische Basis. Da können wir auch nochmal drüber reden. Mit den Fahrstühlen für die Autos.
Mhm. Ja.
Der Matthias, Entschuldigung, mach ruhig weiter.
na, da haben sie nur mal so aufgelistet, also so wie es ausschaut, hast du eben da so typische Hauptquest- und Nebenquest-Sachen,
In
die du so
welchem
machen
Part
kannst
waren
und
das
Haufen.
drin?
Welches?
In welchem Ding waren das mit drin mit den Quests?
Nein, es war in keinem Part drin.
Also.
Den Part gibt's nicht, das ist in dem Live-Video drin, am Ende. Ich meine, obwohl sie das Community-Ding haben sie als Part gemacht, obwohl es auch nicht aufgelistet ist. Mahlzeit, Nachtmeister.
Ja, gute Nacht,
Gutes
Nachtmeister.
Nächtle.
Ja, ich bin auch bald
Gute Nacht.
Feierabend.
Drachenliebe.
Muss auch noch was essen. Und. Jo.
Ja, ich freue mich auf 3.20.
Ja.
3.20.
4.5 freue ich mich. Dann glaube ich, haben wir alles geschafft.
Alles?
Nein.
Never.
Das Dynamic Server Meshing kommt erst mit 4.8.
Was?
Ja.
Was?
Ja, hast du die Roadmap nicht gelesen?
Nein. Ich habe 5 war das Gefühl. Deswegen habe ich es jetzt einfach nur gesagt. Echt, steht's echt, haben sie das 4.8 gesagt.
Die 4 hätte die Beta sein können.
Das kann sein, das zieht sich ja noch länger nach hinten. Das ist ja alles ganz neu. Die wissen ja noch gar nicht, wie sie es richtig machen. Ja, ist es so. Tut mir leid.
Ja, du bist gefühlt seit 5 Jahre vom Beta-Anfang entfernt. Alle 5 Jahre.
Ja. Aber die Hardware wird jetzt auch besser. Vielleicht ist sie irgendwann mal echt möglich.
Ja, ich meine, ich glaube, in 5 Jahren haben wir dann 200 Spieler-Server.
Ja, und 100 Megabyte Cache.
In 5 Jahren haben wir doch jetzt schon.
Nee, 64.
96.
Hey? Ja, stimmt. 69, 50, ja.
Schlagt euch.
L2 und L3, ja. Richtig. Wenn man die zusammenlässt.
Matthias, du willst dich zufällig weiter streamen?
Nee, was nicht so wirklich.
Okay.
Hier sind 39 Leute zu versorgen. Was ist denn los?
Ja, ich bin auch
40.
nicht so ganz
Aber ich schaue da, ich zeig dann Sachen, die.
Wir sind so viele Leute. Wir können jetzt nochmal eine Hammerhead rausholen und die voll machen.
Nee, weil ich brauche auf jeden Fall eine Pause, deswegen würde ich.
Ja, du musst was essen mal.
Ja, und
ein bisschen starten, aber ich weiß nicht.
Na gut, wir haben jetzt alle hier über 6 Stunden durchgehalten.
Ich habe länger durchgehalten, weil ich war vorher mit meiner Frau einkaufen im Einkaufszentrum und
Oh, nochmal 6 Stunden. Okay,
warte mal,
verstehe.
ja, wann? 9:30 Uhr weg bis 16 Uhr, hallo. Das ist schlimmer und Einkaufszentrum und Flohmarkt.
Du bist ein armer Bur.
Und ich war mit meinem Sohn bei McDonald's und McDonald's Gift.
Das hat dein Sohn aber nicht verstanden.
Der schläft schon.
Nein, ich habe seinen eigenen Körper wieder gespürt. Mir ist so schlecht gegangen danach. Boah, ich war froh, wo es wieder draußen war. Ja.
Na, oben
froh,
oder
dass du
unten?
nicht bei Burger King warst. Nach dem Skandal, der
war
vor
in
kurzem
Deutschland.
rauskam.
Ja, das stimmt ja,
in
nicht in
Deutschland.
Österreich.
Was ist passiert? Haben sie Rattenfleisch verarbeitet?
Gammelfleisch.
Ja, Gammelfleisch,
So ähnlich,
altes
nein, nur den
Fleisch
Kot.
und angefressenes Fleisch.
Es ist jetzt Star Citizen?
Ja.
Ja, wer ist der? Warhammer Burger, oder?
Whammers.
Whammers.
Warhammer Burger. Warhammer 440k Burger.
Die Wemmers-Burger sind aus den zermanschten Leuten,
Ja,
die am Landepad
genau.
gestanden sind und bei einer Landung plattgedrückt wurden, gemacht worden.
Das wär so Ingame-News-Skandal. Boah.
So, aber ich mache jetzt mal die Abspann rein. Brauche ich jetzt hier noch zu lang drum. So.
Ich würde echt gerne meinen Stream starten, aber ich weiß nicht, ich schlafe dann.
Ja, muss schon. Ich guck mal, ob ich jemanden finde.
Es sind so viele Leute online für das jemanden.
Ja.
Ja, bloß entscheiden.
Mach mal ein Vote. Mach mal ein Vote. Jetzt find mal das Ding, wo du voten kannst. Das ist dein.
Ja, das braucht wieder eine halbe Stunde, bis ich das gemacht habe.
Ultinator
Nein,
ist
doch.
online.
5 Sekunden.
Trash Academy ist online. Der Gooks ist online.
Oh, die haben aber viel.
Den Star Citizen Streamer mit den wenigsten Zuschauern und fertig.
Ja. Also
Das wird aber schwierig.
Wenigsten Follower mache ich. Obwohl ich weiß gar nicht, ob der gerade überhaupt hört.
PS.
Ich muss eben so weit kommen, ich brauche einen Helm.
Ich raten mal, dann merkt er vielleicht, dass das Spiel nicht zeigt, aber gut.
Wen denn?
Augcorp. So.
Ja, wenn er das Spiel nicht zeigt, dann ist ja sinnlos.
Ja, aber steht da. Ich glaube, er spielt, hat bloß vergessen, glaube ich, Ding zu machen.
Zu aktivieren.
Kommt mir zumindest schon vor. Also ich wünsche euch dann schon mal noch einen schönen Abend. Vielleicht schaffe ich es morgen nochmal zu streamen. Dann können wir nochmal über das bisschen zu reden. Kann ich aber jetzt nicht versprechen. Dann wünsche ich euch noch einen schönen Abend. Lasst sacken, was ihr heute gesehen habt. Bis zum nächsten Mal und ciao.
Gutes Nächtle.